the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Hale, will you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We would like to acknowledge that the City and Borough of Juneau is on Tlingit land and wish to honor the Indigenous people of this land. For more than 10,000 years, Alaska Native people have been and continue to be integral to the well-being of our community. We are grateful to be in this place, a part of this community, and to honor the culture, traditions, and resilience of the Tlingit people.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, maybe for the last time. So the next, we're a little bit out of sequence today because it's a special meeting, a reorganization meeting, and it's also a special meeting for other reasons. We just want to say a huge shout out to Hagadoc. One of the things she wanted to do before she left is put together an apology that is long overdue. So with that, President Lighty and any other members of the Douglas Indian Association that wants to meet us up front, please feel free to do so. Yep, everybody can come up. It's to all of you. So this is from the Office of the Mayor, City and Borough of Juneau. Proclamation of apology from the City and Borough of Juneau. Whereas the City and Borough of Juneau acknowledges the historical events surrounding the tragic burning of the Douglas Indian Village in 1962, which caused irreparable harm to the Tlingit people, their heritage, and their community. And
whereas the Douglas Indian Village, home to many Tlingit families, was a vibrant and culturally significant community with deep historical ties to the land, where the Tlingit people lived, practiced their traditions, and thrived for thousands of years. And
whereas the Tlingit people have made and continue to make substantial contributions to the cultural, social, and economic fabric of Juneau, their rich heritage, language, and customs are integral to the identity and history of this place, and they have been exemplary stewards of the land and its resources since time immemorial. And
whereas the decision to burn the Douglas Indian Village in 1962 involved multiple parties, including the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the State of Alaska, the City and Borough of Juneau, predecessor bodies consisting of the City of Douglas, the City of Juneau, and the Greater Juneau Borough, as well as local businesses. The burning was carried out without proper consultation with the Tlingit residents or consideration for their rights and interests. The coordinated action led to the loss of homes, cultural sites, and the displacement of the Tlingit community, exacerbating historical injustices faced by Indigenous people in the region. And
whereas the City and Borough of Juneau recognize that this event is a painful chapter in our shared history, and it deeply regrets the role it played in this tragic event. The city acknowledges the lasting impact this has had on the Tlingit people and the ongoing challenges they face as a result of this action. And
whereas it is the duty of the City and Borough of Juneau to acknowledge past wrongs, foster reconciliation, and commit to a future of mutual respect and partnership with the Indigenous peoples of this region. And
whereas the City and Borough of Juneau commits to continue to work collaboratively with the Tlingit people to preserve and promote their cultural heritage, support the revitalization of their language and traditions, and ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. Now, therefore, the City and Borough of Juneau hereby issues this formal apology to the Tlingit people for its role in the burning of the Douglas Indian Village of 1962. We acknowledge the pain and suffering this event has caused and commit to a path of healing and reconciliation. We pledge to work alongside the Tlingit people to build a more inclusive and respectful community where the rights, culture, and contributions of the Indigenous people are recognized, honored, and celebrated. In witness whereof, this proclamation is signed by the Mayor on behalf of the Assembly of the City and Borough of Juneau on this 21st day of October 2024, reaffirming our commitment to justice, equity, and the shared stewardship of this land.
Clarence Butch Lighty, council member, current president of DIA. When I heard about this, I wrestled with this all week, this apology. The problem I guess I have is the whole story is not out there. And I believe that to make this right, we have to tell the whole history of our relationship between Douglas, City of Douglas, Juneau, and the Tlingit people. It goes back before the turn of the century, 1900, and the history needs to be told. There's so much that is not known, and our young people don't know it. And the things I've learned over the years, I had to research myself. But this is an important document. It acknowledges something that was wrong, and now it's righted. But I'd like to see, I don't know how you'd put that, historic center that details the whole history, both sides. And that'd be it for me. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. We were grateful to have the city and borough interact with us on a government-to-government relationship. And as you know, we did several sailings to the Taku. And the Douglas Indian Association committed, along with Rivers Without Borders, to seek funding so that we could bring this to the forefront. And so we're glad that our words didn't fall to the ground and that the city tonight has risen to the occasion to acknowledge the historic trauma. I do want to preface before I go on, and I wear jewelry pieces that were gifted to me today by John Morris. And he was recently reelected to the council. He developed leukemia, and he is currently in care at Wildflower Court. So I had the privilege of going to meet with him, bring him some of the traditional foods from the Taku, and bring to the forefront by bringing some articles to him in which he was featured, because John Morris, who's now 84 years old, and I told him that even though he became unwell through the leukemia, that the DI Council still recognizes his presence as we do tonight, because he was part of those sailings and in bringing to the attention of our Juneau neighbors of what happened there. And the reason he knew so painfully, up close and personally, about how it was devastating to our tribe, it was also because he was on leave from the Army at the time of the 1962 burning, and he witnessed his childhood home being burned down completely. So you can imagine just being on leave and serving with U.S. Army, to come home to your home community and to see that devastation happen. So I promised him that I would wear the pieces that he created tonight so his presence would be felt. And I assured him that his story wouldn't be forgotten hereafter, that this was a significant time. Tears came to his eyes a little bit, and he was, I could see some of the pain and suffering he's experiencing medically be released a bit, to know that during this time that he has with us, that's something that he has contributed so greatly to in terms of laying out the history of those historical events, that his own feelings of pain and suffering, the devastation to see his home burned, that repair is underway. As you know, we stood up the Yanyedi healing pole for the Taku Kwan, and it's easy to say healing when that's a process. A kutia itself won't heal the pain. A proclamation alone won't, but it's a start, and it's a wonderful start. And I just wanted to express our appreciation, along with the tribal members that are standing with me and the tribal council, that this is a historic moment too for all of you who serve as elected officials to be a part of this apology. And
rest assured that the Tlingit people have a very long memory, and you'll be a good part of it. Gunakshish for your kindness and the work with us that has happened. I do want to say one more thing. We also experienced the unearthing of Takuquan graves, native graves, and a school was built over it, and a highway was. But when those graves were unearthed, it was actually the city's management, the city's leadership at the time that showed great compassion and understanding and shock. And so we recognize that some of these happened while in 1962, everybody knows where we were when President Kennedy was assassinated. One of the things that came out with our cruise and laying out the history of the historic trauma of the Douglas Indian Association, people were shocked to find out we weren't talking about 1862, we were talking about 1962. So that begged the consideration of where was I then? Myself, I was 10 years old. And but a horrible thing to happen just 3 years after we became a capital, after Juneau became the capital, we became a state. So this is a good part of our history, finally, and I hope that you all congratulate each other for doing the right thing, because it does reverberate from when the graves were unearthed under the school. And we always felt that it was the souls exposing themselves for the social justice, and you've become a part of that social justice. So good exchange for your work, and I hope that our presence in front of you won't be forgotten either. And we look forward to collaboration with the city and good things happening as we move forward. Thank you, Beth.
We look forward to a continuing relationship, and President Lighty, we hear you. This is a step, and we understand that. So, but I hope it's an important step. So, thank you all for coming, Gunal Chish. And if you'd like to run by and shake everybody's hands, that would be great, because this assembly is all part of it. Again, thank you for the Douglas Indian Association for being part of our meeting today, and a huge thank you to Wahagadok for bringing that to our attention and righting it wrong, and sorry it took so long to correct that. So with that, now it's time for the Assembly reorganization, so recognition of outgoing Assembly members. So it has become part of the tradition that I write a little poem. So then we'll go down the list and see who else wants to say something. And then we'll show you your president and decide who gets it that's here. Well, Haggadah came on like a storm. Her campaign was anything but norm. She gathered people from all around, not to the legislature, but the assembly she was bound. Hard work and dedication has been her verve, and many important jobs she was called to serve. A director of Native Affairs for the Walker administration, and for the Ocean Conservancy, VP of Arctic Conservation. For Alaska State tribal recognition, she has fought. For the Assembly culture awareness, she has sought. Her different perspective we can salute, herding us through rich discussions with First Alaskans Institute. Haggadah was on her Assembly name plaque, correct pronunciation of her Haida name we did lack. Through sides of our mouth we tried to speak, and our bumbling tries she did not critique. Meeting people and getting things done meant that she was always on the run, and according to her lovely mother, she can multitask like no other. She found Brian, who was a winner. Together they hosted gatherings and family dinner. Cedar and Nate were part of the blend, making jam for PB&J's knew no end. Her voice was heard in the assembly room, even though her face was mostly on Zoom. Careful and deliberate questions she did ask, and making good decisions she was up to task. Her BS meter was very low, and she responded with an emphatic no. And even though we struggled saying her name, without Haggadah, we won't be the same. Her regal bearing lent her a great presence, and her brightness was part of everyone's essence. By her actions and words, we knew what she stood for, which will help her when she runs for governor. Any assembly member want to say something? We'll start with Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be brief. Well, Haggadah, I ran with you 3 years ago, and I really enjoyed that. That was during COVID. That was an interesting run. And I knew you before then, and I have always been kind of amazed at the incredible policy thinking that you do, the very, very big picture. You have made me a better person. Thank you.
Ms. Hughes Candies, I saw your hand.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to say, I personally am going to miss you tremendously, and thank you for your years of, others have said, but truly insightful comments and multi-layered thinking when looking at the possible ramifications of, policy fallout. And I always loved your very low BS meter, and I will try to keep in my head, what would she say in this situation, or what might she do in this situation? So thank you for lending that to this and shaping all of our thinking, and truly just reminding us of the importance of looking at things from every angle and angles that we might miss. So thank you. I'm going to miss you. You have to stay in touch.
Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really like the idea of making some what would Waha stickers, what will Waha do stickers. I'm just in awe of you every day, everything that you do for our community, for your community. It's so inspiring, and you do it in so many different places and different groups of people, and your impact is large already in Alaska, and I'm really excited to see what you do next, and I'll be here waiting to see how I can help you continue to do what you do. Thank you for being with us for the last 3 years.
Anybody else? Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Haggadah, I'm also going to miss you. Ever since we did that weekend of I forgot what we called that training that you facilitated for us. And then to see you join on the assembly, it's just been a great addition, and you have left your mark on us. We're able to see things in a different light thanks to your information and insight, and so it's going to be hard to make up for you. But thank you for coming and spending some time with us. I'm glad you thought that we were a group that you could hang out with.
Mr. Smith?
Washal Doc, one thing I always appreciate about you was you were someone who would use a voice or speak for those whose voices maybe weren't heard or spoken loudly enough or often enough. Thank you for providing that perspective, and I'll pledge to keep it in mind and consider it as long as I'm in these chairs. The other thing I remember from this budget season that I appreciate about you is sometimes you actually didn't have to say anything at all for you to for me to know what your values were and for what your votes meant. And I appreciated that too. But thank you, Gunesh Cheese, for your service.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. As many know, I first met Wahagi Doc when we were not just running in the same race, we were running for the same seat. I'm choosing these words carefully and not saying that I ran against Wahagi Doc. Because I feel, I really feel like it was a good race about the issues, and I really feel that really feel lucky that I ended up getting to serve at least 1 year with you, and I feel like I learned a lot. I feel like I could probably echo just about all the other statements that many of the other assembly members have said. You're very deliberate. There's no questioning your values. And you bring a presence to a room. So thank you for the honor of being able to run in the same race with you and later to serve with you.
All right, I just took a picture and sent you the, we hope you find them beautiful earrings. And I will show the audience, but they're little things, but we will have those for you when you come see us. And yes, you will certainly be missed. But I'm sure that your voice will be spoken in some of our ears when it needs to be. So I have complete confidence in that we'll still hear from you. So with that, since you're not in the room, I'm going to have your mom, Sandy Demert, come up and shake everybody's hand for you because she helped with your poem, and I will give her a copy of the poem. Yeah. Don't forget the rest. With that, well, Hogadoc, do you have any words you want to share with us?
Yeah, I do. Thank you all. I love my poem, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Bryson, you were almost close to poetry with your words too. You're starting to rhyme there for a minute. I can't believe it's already been 3 years. It just went by so fast, and I have learned so much by the honor of getting to sit beside all of you. And I love that we all work and think and put our heart into a community where we can sit at that table together and maybe disagree, but we walk out knowing that we were all doing what we could for our community. And we all became great friends and continue to be good friends. And I love that about our community. I love that about our assembly. And I really hope that that spirit stays true in this next version of our city assembly. I am so grateful to each and every one of you for what you taught me in the last 3 years and helped me see and help me explore and help me realize the bigger vision for our community and for Juneau. And so I want to say how Ganesh Shinan to each and every one of you for all of the love that you pour into our community and to me. So thank you so much. I'm gonna miss you. I wish I could be there. I tried really hard. The flights just didn't line up. So here I am again on Zoom. But I love you all, and Hawa again.
Oh, good old cheese. Okay, so that will bring us to our next fond farewell. And normally we stand up here, but because of circumstances, I think I'll just read it from here and talk to you from here. So this is obviously, we're saying goodbye to our Deputy Mayor, Michelle Hale. So the upbringing of Michelle Hale is quite the convoluted tale. From Juneau to Craig to Tokeen are all places as a girl she has seen. Catching fish and learning how to hand troll, she never figured out gill netting was the way to roll. I don't know if excitement means 30 years of water quality, but it's how she was able to live in Juneau permanently. She lives with Jane and her mother in the family home. They lost the pink on the house, but the dogs still roam. To have a say in the direction of her community, running for the assembly became her duty. While some of our decisions seemed calculated and cold, she brought to the assembly a heart of gold. Her passion showed in her emotional pleas to remember the human factor, pretty please. Some of her comments were a little pointed, but her statements, unlike mine, were rarely disjointed. For over a year, she rode the bus and became a champion of capital transit for all of us. COVID was hard on all of us to bear, so many comments and not all of them fair. The decisions made were at a mental cost. She took a step back to avoid being lost. Deputy Mayor was her comeback endeavor, and she has been the best for this mayor ever. Herding cats carefully in the cow makes you step back and just say, wow. Filling in on the radio and going to many events, especially the new toilets, were time well spent. Now in her retirement, we wish her the best. A good assembly member, we can say, hail yes. So with that, does anybody have anything what they want to say about the deputy mayor? Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that amazing poem. You keep saying all the things we want to say, so I'll maybe just reemphasize too. Every person who was here at the beginning of COVID, I just have so much thanks for. I feel like dealing with some of these flooding issues these last few months have made me think about what it would have been like to have been on this body when we first learned about the pandemic, and you all didn't have any information and you had to understand things quickly and go with your gut and figure it out, and you save lives in our community. So thank you for being part of that, Michelle. The other thing I want to say is, I spend a lot of time thinking about how to lead with your head versus leading with your heart. And I'm someone who's always up here kind of doing my equations of solving problems. And I learned from you, you would always see who was in front of you, recognize the person you were talking to, whether it was a member of the public, member of staff, member of the assembly, and feel for them first. And I'm always working on doing that better myself because this work takes heart. So thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Wahagadok.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and Hawa, Madam Deputy Mayor, for the time that we got to spend with each other on the assembly, and for helping me to learn the ropes of what it was going to be like as we were on the campaign trail. I think I learned a lot from you just in terms of what I was going to what I was going to expect coming on board, but also kind of helping me see through your eyes, things that I may not have otherwise. When it came to as Miss Wall said, you know, there are moments when the heart is telling me something that my head is kind of disconnected. And there were times when you helped us realize that we needed to see those heart spaces that were really important for our community. And whether or not the math worked out or not, it meant that we were doing things for our community. And I just want to say it's been an honor to serve with you, Hawa.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I love that poem ending and hail yes, because I remember the race that the deputy mayor was running in, and that's how I first met her, was at campaign events, and not as a member of the assembly, just a member of the public, and talking to her and thinking, yeah, that's definitely, there were a lot of people in that race, and I thought, I'd like to see this woman on the assembly. Give me one of those stickers. And then through a turn of fate, I didn't end up running myself, but found myself on the other side of this intimidating interview panel of the full assembly with my name in the hat to be appointed. And I remember in the midst of that interview, a very encouraging face, and it was Miss Hale, really kind of nodding at me, yes, we want to hear your answers. And then just immediately after my first meeting, feeling like, what have I gotten into? Totally overwhelmed. Can I do this? And running into Ms. Hale at a community event, and you just being so warm and so positive and introducing me to someone and saying, oh, we were so impressed, and you just made me feel like I could do the job and that you had a belief in me. And then over the many years, I've had the pleasure of serving alongside of you and learning from you on a different level, but I always will feel appreciative of how welcome you made me feel as a newbie who was in over her head, and your faith in me, and we're going to miss you around here.
Ms. Adkisson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Michelle, having you as deputy mayor my first year on the assembly has really been such a gift. I think you were the very first person to call me when I had won my seat, to offer a hand and be there if I needed anything and teach me the ropes. And aside from that, even, you've really led by incredible example. You know, you, like everyone said, you lead with a lot of heart, but also you're just so incredibly smart. And it has been really great just to go, oh, I should have asked that question. That was a really great question. Or, oh, that's a good compromise. I hadn't thought of it that way. Or perhaps in the cab when we're wrapped around the axle and scattered and don't know where the heck we are, bringing us back towards a solution. You're an incredible leader and an incredible assembly member, and I strive to be half as good as you are someday. So thank you.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciated hearing everybody's comments about Miss Hale, because it kind of sums up what I got to say about her. There's a lot of love on this dais. If the public doesn't know, we work really well together. We've gone through some really tough times, and we've come out the other end stronger. And I would attribute a lot of that to Miss Hale. We ran the first time together 6 years ago, and it was a wild race. There was lots of people in it, 2 seats. And Miss Hale made that first phone call to me and reached out. And it gave me a completely different impression about what this assembly race was going to be like. And Miss Hale, you just set the tone of how we were going to work together. We were going to be able to listen to everybody, that this wasn't a controversial based position. This was a group that was going to figure out the things that we had to work on together. And so your attitude and the heart that you've brought to this group has just made it easier for us to spend half of our nights sometimes here together with these people. And so this is a really strong group of individuals that I'm honored to be a part of. And it really goes back to the tone that you set for us when you first got onto this assembly. And we would not be the same without your heart here, Mrs. Hale. We're going to try really hard to keep it going when you're gone. We're going to miss you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo the many great things that you are and the way you act and think with compassion and think about the experiences and the things that people in our community are going through as we make decisions that will impact their lives. I appreciated that you kept us on track at the cow and also realized that maybe there's a capacity to how many difficult, complex decisions that we could sometimes do before running out of mental energy and ability to really make a good decision and do the best thing for our community. So echo all those things. I will say I will take a little credit because I haven't done many things right, but one time I was working in the Capitol and I was walking through to, I think, like drop off a bill or something, and there was Senate Finance was in session, and they were hearing, it wasn't the budget, but it was, I think, maybe like a revenue generation bill that they don't think any intention of passing. And
Unallocated reductions.
that's what it was. Thank you. And I walk through and I hear this woman start to testify to the Senate Finance Committee and speaking about how, her experience working in an agency, but really just speaking to how cuts to some of these services that Alaskans depend on, as well as kind of cutting the staff that are critical to deliver those services, just the impacts that has on our state and our people. And again, they were probably going to pass the bill. Most of the time, if it's not a constituent, they're just drawing or, anyway, they're not focused. But they stopped what they were doing and put their pens down. And I remember just looking around that room and they were all listening to Michelle as she just eloquently, kindly, very well prepared, essentially was just tearing them apart. And it was so impressive. And so I sat down and I listened to the rest of her testimony. And then after she finished, I went up and I said, "Have you ever thought about running for office?" And I'm so glad that I did. And we are so fortunate to have had you serve on this assembly for 6 years. Thank you for everything. And I look forward to many more, more conversations. And thank you for all you do.
Mr. Kelly, I see you brought the mic up.
Thank you. I think I would echo a lot of what I've heard today. I think Michelle really leads with her heart, and I'm really glad that I got to spend a year working with you. You're very forthright. You're very frank, and you're always open to communication, and that's something I've really valued. And I hope I still have the benefit of your wisdom after you're off the assembly. So, thank you for the honor of being able to serve with you this last year.
Now it's your turn to speak.
Everything Greg says is true. You guys have totally blown me away. I would say that what a time it has been working with this assembly, and how lucky I am to have actually had this group of people and the people that came before some of our new people, but many of us have served together for many years, and many of us served together through COVID, and it's just a stunning group of people that I've had to work with. I will say that we, with Juneau, literally saved lives. We literally did. And I'm proud of a few things, and I'm proud of that one. And I want to thank my fellow assembly members for being on the team as we did that. As I said, it's an incredible group of colleagues, an incredible staff that we have, who often have to take sometimes more flack than the assembly does. We take a lot up here, but sometimes staff is right in the front lines, and that's not fair, but they're incredible, and it's been wonderful working with all of you. Boards, commissions. I will say there are 7 assembly members that I'm leaving behind that have served on the assembly, and we have 2 very strong new members. So I think I feel great leaving at this time. I am leaving behind a very strong assembly. I want to give an especial thanks to my spouse, Jane, and to my mother, Sylvia, who are both here with me for putting up with me. And now you have to wean me off of this, and I don't know exactly how you're going to do that. So I just can't thank you enough. Thank you so much.
My apologies. We figured that you didn't need another piece of artwork. Having come from a very artistic family, you probably have a plethora. But we wanted something to warm your new cabin and to represent the type of person and the history that you've had in our community and in our state. So this gift is to go with you. It's as warm as your heart has been.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course you do. Next, can we have Mr. Steininger, I'll get that right, and Ms. Hall come up? And you have a date with the attorney.
I'm staying out of here. You guys have to, you ready? Okay, hands raised, right hand raised, not both of them. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Alaska and the laws of the city and borough of Juneau and the state of Alaska, and that I will faithfully, honestly, and promptly perform the duties of the office of Assembly Member. Congratulations.
So come on up and fill in the 2 empty slots. Let's continue. Okay, now join us. Not yet, because you're going to get kicked off here in about 2 seconds. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maureen Hall.
Here.
Neil Steininger.
Here.
Ella Atkinson.
Here.
Paul Kelly.
Here.
Christine Wall.
Present.
Alicia Hughes Scandies.
Here.
Wade Bryson.
Present.
And Greg Smith. Mayor Weldon.
Here.
And present, we have a quorum present. And I'm just gonna note that since Wall and Hall are so close in the sound of the names, I'm going to, from here on out, say the full name for each person so we know who is being recorded. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, but that brings us to the election of the deputy mayor. We're open for nominations. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I nominate Greg Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Any other nominations? Any objection to Mr. Smith as deputy mayor? Seeing none, Mr. Smith is now our deputy mayor. Okay, all the assembly members need to hop down except for Greg. We'll start playing music. That's right. All right, Mr. Bryson. Thank you. Ms. Hughes Candies. Ms. Wall. I do not. Mr. Kelly. Ms. Atkinson. I don't know if the three of you can sit together. Mr. Steininger. Ms. Hall, I know it's a difficult choice. With that, our reorganization is complete. Thank you for everybody's patience. That was a bit of a long one. So our next item of special order of business is a proclamation in support of establishing a White Cane Awareness Day. Is Ms. Booth in the audience? Perfect. Either side, doesn't matter. So, this is a proclamation in support of establishing White Cane Awareness Day. Whereas the white cane, which every blind citizen of Juneau, Alaska has the right to carry, demonstrates and symbolizes the ability to achieve a full and independent life and the capacity to work productively in competitive employment. And whereas the white cane, by allowing every blind person to move freely and safely from place to place, makes it possible for the blind to fully participate in and contribute to our society and to live the lives they want. And whereas every citizen should be aware that the law requires that motorists and cyclists exercise appropriate caution when approaching a blind person carrying a white cane. And whereas Juneau, Alaska law also calls upon employers, both public and private, to be aware of and utilize the employment skills of our blind citizens by recognizing their worth as individuals and their productive capacities. And whereas Juneau, Alaska, through its public agencies and with the cooperative assistance of the Alaska Department of Labor and Workforce, can and shall facilitate the expansion of employment opportunities for and greater acceptance of blind persons in the competitive labor market. Now therefore, I, Beth Weldon, the Mayor of the City and Borough of Juneau, do hereby proclaim October 15, 2024 as White Cane Awareness Day in Juneau, Alaska, and do call upon our schools, colleges, and universities to offer full opportunities for training to blind persons, upon employers and the public to utilize the available skills of competent blind persons, and to open new opportunities for the blind in our rapidly changing society, and upon all citizens to recognize the white cane as a tool of independence for blind pedestrians on our streets and highways.
Autumn Booth. I am our teacher of students of visual impairments and blindness and our orientation and mobility specialist at the Juneau School District. I have the pleasure of teaching our students daily. This is my second year with them and they are super excited, so I am accepting this on behalf of them and our program, and for helping to make Juneau a place that they want to continue to live and be a part of.
Thank you. Go ahead, go down the line. All right, so since I need to let my voice take a rest, we will take a 10-minute break. Next, we have approval of minutes. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly approve the April 29th, 2024 regular Assembly and the May 13th, 2024 regular Assembly meeting minutes and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, those minutes are approved. Madam Manager, do you have any agenda changes?
I do not have any agenda changes, Madam Mayor, but I would like to note that we have new business first on our agenda as the very next item, which is irregular. Usually it comes towards the end of the meeting, but this is because the new business item is the flood mitigation site preparation update and the two pieces of legislation that we're asking you to pass tonight. And so we wanted to make sure that the public had an opportunity to listen earlier in the night on that.
Thank you. So that brings us to new business, item 6. Madam Manager.
Thank you. I prepared a presentation only because this helps me organize my thoughts. So you have a memo in your packet that talks about these very questions that I'm going to ask guidance for you from tonight. Believe it or not, we finalized that memo on Thursday, and many things changed since Thursday. So that gives us more time. The fact that we had a Yoka release this weekend does give us more time. So what I'm asking for the body tonight is to give guidance on these 5 items in order to let us move forward, because staff is really at a standstill without being able to get some sense from the body of, who should help pay for site preparation, what should those boundaries look like, what should the city pay for, what should we ask property owners to pay for. I need guidance to bring you back enabling legislation at the next meeting, and also to have something for the public to comment on and react to, right? Because right now there are a tremendous amount of unknowns. So my goal tonight is to get enough information from you that I can glean next steps, because if staff still has a lot of research to do, we have a lot of work to do that we can't do without this particular check-in. So can I advance my own slides? Okay, not that way, not that way. This way, not that way. There we go, okay. Oh, it's touch screen and I can't see. Okay, so so first, of course, we had the release of the Suicide Basin at 11:30 p.m. late Sunday at just under 11 feet. I did a little historical review of the information that National Weather Service posed, and we've had about 8 releases within the 10 to 11 foot range in the past. The campground flooded, U Drive, the road flooded. No homes that we know of were flooded or impacted, and the Cax Trail and roads were reopened by 7:30 a.m. this morning. So really a best case scenario. What does this mean for next Yoka Loop season? It means that we're not starting with a basin that's 2/3 full. The basin is always filling, and much slower over the winter months. So we will have some water in the basin as we start spring, but we can anticipate having more time now to prepare. How much more time? We cannot tell you. And Aaron Jacobs from National Weather Service is online if you have specific questions about the event from this past weekend. But I am always trying to pin him down on giving me some estimates of our next Yoka Loop. But safe to say, we still don't know. We just know that we have more time now. The other thing that has happened since the packet was published is we were successful in getting a disaster declaration from President Biden. I'm really proud that this is the first joint disaster declaration, tribal and state disaster declaration in the country. So really exemplifies the motto of President Peterson that we're stronger together. So what does this disaster declaration mean for our community? We know that it means an increase in individual assistance for homeowners. So if you recall, DMVA, the state DMVA was in the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs was here. There is about $20,000 available for residents for individual assistance to help, replace items, damage, et cetera. And that amount essentially doubles with the FEMA declaration. Lots of details. There's handouts, there's materials that help explain that. I'm just still wrapping my brain around what that actually means. But FEMA will be here after the election to meet with the public and individuals about what that means for them. So we're still coordinating exactly when that is, but likely will be at the Mendenhall Library, much like when we had the state available. I do just want to put a plug in, since we're talking about individual assistance, the Juneau Community Foundation is distributing funds from donations, and that deadline application is the October 30th. And we just learned today the Small Business Administration has low interest loans available for homeowners and businesses as low as just around 3% for homeowners. And that deadline is the middle of December. So we will, again, be pushing out this information, scheduling public meetings, but I wanted to let the public know that those are two other avenues for individual assistance. It also means that we're eligible for public assistance. Really, that's the state getting reimbursed for what it is covering for the debris cleanup efforts, et cetera. So it means a lot of paperwork and eligibility for getting reimbursed for some of the expenditures that we've already made. The third thing that the disaster declaration means is that we're eligible for certain mitigation grant programs. And there's a hazard mitigation grant program. There's a number of different programs, and I've got a nice big spreadsheet that I can share with those of you who are interested that talks about all those different programs. We've also been advocating in Washington, D.C., and our delegation's been really involved in that continuing resolution anomaly that would increase disaster assistance. That program, now that we're eligible for programs that are going to be plussed up in that resolution because of the federal disaster declaration. So just another reason to continue to advocate for that. And I do have a meeting in the morning with Mayor Weldon and our lobbyists to talk about that and other things. So it's great news for our community, and really appreciative and proud of that. Okay, so that's another thing that's changed. Just wanted to provide a brief update on the sandbag deployment that happened over the weekend. We were able to deploy about 35,000 sandbags to homeowners. Saturday was very strong in homeowners picking up sandbags. Trickled off Sunday, but people were filling sandbags on Sunday, and it was a beautiful day to do that. There was sand at Melvin Park and Thunder Mountain Middle School. We did not distribute all of our sandbags. We have a few left. So we feel like the need for today has probably been met. Of course, people were preparing for the release over the weekend, and with that having happened and being done, I think that immediate sense of urgency is probably eclipsed. So that was a successful event. Lots of community members helping out there. So launching into kind of giving you some background on some of the sticky decisions that you will be asked to at least weigh in on. You're not being asked to make these decisions tonight, but you are giving me enough guidance that I can come back to you with a starting place. I mentioned last time we met that Engineering and Public Works was going to be spending the week doing a site assessment of properties. They were able to visit all and connect with all but 7 property owners. There's a detailed memo in your packet that talks about just all the feedback and the concerns that property owners have. We also have Deputy Engineering and Public Works Director Nate Rumsey, who managed that effort here in the audience if you have specific questions about that site assessment. But, the high-level summary is there are 3 properties that don't have sufficient space to install barriers. So that means we may be looking at installing it in the river, or building bank back. There's 16 properties that have difficult obstructions, costly obstructions to remove. But the remaining 43 parcels are going to be a lot simpler to install barriers on. So that's the kind of additional information that we've been looking for to take the next step in getting guidance from you. So the memo in your packet talks about a local improvement district, and the idea of a local improvement district is that it's a mechanism to spread the cost of a public improvement over the benefited properties. And, you know, I really struggled with how to pay for not the installation of the HESCO barriers. We have an appropriation in the packet that would cover that and would cover design work and a lot of this assessment work. But you know, there are properties that are going to need quite a bit of site preparation. There are properties that are going to need armoring. There's properties that are going to need reinforcement of their existing armoring. And to what extent is that a responsibility of all CBJ taxpayers, and to what extent is that a responsibility of that private homeowner? And those are the really tough decisions that I'm going to ask for your guidance on today. We all recall last year when we had the event, we had a lot of erosion, and a lot of property owners invested significant amounts of money in armoring their banks. And so, you know, when I talk about the local improvement district as a way to help spread those costs again on benefited properties, you can choose lots of different methodologies, but the methodology that we are proposing is that properties would be assessed for the actual improvement. So like if the property spent $200,000 armoring their bank last year and the armoring was good and it held, and you know, there wouldn't be a need to like assess that property for bank armoring because that work has been done. So kind of just trying to bridge that gap. So let me just tell you a little bit about what a local improvement district is. There's two types of local improvement districts. The assembly can initiate a local improvement district, and the community can initiate a local improvement district. You're probably more familiar with a community initiated one. Let's say a neighborhood wants to get their road paved. So they collect signatures from their neighbors, and it initiates this process that you get a cost estimate, and then we send a certified letter out. And there's this very kind of prescribed, both in state statute and city charter and city code process for essentially assessing each one of those property owners for a public improvement. So we've done it from roads is kind of the most common example. In those circumstances, we assess, we borrow funds to pay for the improvement and then pass the terms of that loan, let's say it's 3% 10 years, onto the property owners, and it's a lien on the property that they pay through their property tax bill. The other type of LID is initiated by the assembly by ordinance, and the advantage of that is, of course, the assembly can make that decision, and in the end, the assembly can kind of force the issue on that. It still requires a significant amount of public process. So, 30 days prior to, you would need 30 days prior to a public you'd have to notice a public meeting, and that public meeting would need to include a lot of detailed information that frankly we don't have right now. Then after that public meeting, property owners would get notified of that public meeting via certified mail, and it would have detailed information about the impact of the assessment on their property and what they would be required to pay. And then you would host a public hearing on that. And if over 51% of the property owners that are going to bear more than 50% of the cost of the project object, then the assembly can override that with 8 affirmative votes. And I don't want to get too much in the weeds on the logistics of how an LID works. Really, I just want to get to some of those, like who pays for what questions. But for your purposes, I'm trying to get enough information to bring you back an ordinance that has the items on the right-hand side of this slide, right? Like costs, what are the improvements, how much does CBJ pay for, how much do we assess property owners, what are the boundaries look like? Those are the questions that I'm trying to get answered so that I can bring you back something and the public something to comment on at the November meeting. I did see there was a question, Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was a little confused, so I wanted to ask my question now so I could move forward correctly. So on the river, there have already been some LIDs and erosion projects that have happened. There's a couple of lengths of the river where LIDs have taken place. And there are places on the river where LIDs were rejected and they did not pay for the bank armoring. So when we're talking about a LID, if somebody's house was, they already participated in a bank armoring LID, their property's good, they only have to have the barriers installed, would that, in that situation, would their cost to bear be reflective that they've already armored their bank? Or when you're talking about this LID, we're talking about the entire length of the river divided by, and what the cost is and the property owner's share. We take that total number, we divide it by the 79 properties. Which is more accurate of how that LID would work?
Madam Manager.
Yeah, so that is a policy decision that's a policy decision by the Assembly based on assessment methodology. Staff has approached it as a, you pay for the cost of the improvement on your property, or you're assessed for the cost of the improvement on your property minus what CBJ may want to pay and some other factors that we'll discuss later. So you can assess, you can assess properties in any different number of methodologies that's defensible and fair. Most commonly, it's like everybody pays the same amount, right? You pave the road, everybody pays the same amount. You could base it on linear feet of frontage for the road, or for the improvement. There are different ways to approach it, but because of how difficult this is, we're really trying to conceptualize it in terms of the cost per property, which is arguably a more difficult math problem and requires more accurate cost estimating information, which has a timeline impact. It's a long answer to what could have been a short answer, so I'll stop.
I don't see any other hands, so continue.
Okay, thank you. So this slide is really just trying to summarize with a little more information what I'm asking from you today. So is the Assembly interested in initiating a local improvement district to help pay for site preparation? Remember, you could say, nope, we just want CBJ taxpayers to pay for this, and so we're not gonna do a local improvement district. You could direct staff to look at other mechanisms for for paying for that cost. Maybe there's a special tax area we could create. I mean, we could certainly do and bring you back more information on other mechanisms. We were recommending the local improvement district because it's a proven way to carve out a group of benefited property owners to help share with that cost. So that's the first question that I need guidance on. What are the boundaries of, I talk about the LID, but what are the boundaries of the district that would be sharing in that cost? Is it the riverfront properties? Is it all the properties that are involved in the inundation map? Because of course, there are a lot of more than just riverfront properties that are protected. Attorney Wright will talk to you about how, the further away you get from the river, the more difficult that justification is. However, there's certainly a nexus to a benefit. And so the Assembly just needs to be very clear in how they formulate and state that benefit. Who pays for what? So, does each that's the question you asked, Assemblymember Bryson. Does each property owner kind of pay for the cost of the improvement to their property to put the barriers, to do the site prep for the barriers, and then the Assembly pays for 20% of that with taxpayer dollars, and then 20% of that maybe is spread throughout the rest of the improvement district boundaries to be determined. Let's say those boundaries are everyone who flooded. So there's different ways of doing the math that help spread those costs out, and understanding the Assembly's kind of general will for like using taxpayer dollars and spreading that out and how broad will really help us be able to bring back, like I said, a starting place for you. How does it get paid for? I mean, I think this is less, the other questions are certainly far more germane, but we could do a central treasury loan. You could do a loan from a bank. You could fund that from fund balance. Community I worked in did a lot of local improvement districts, and we would fund them through central treasury loans, 20 years, 2% as a policy matter. It didn't really matter what the interest rate was. So, and that gets to the essential terms and conditions and the term and the interest rate. And I just, again, don't need a whole lot of detail here. I will come back to you unless given different guidance with a longer term and a lower interest rate to try to help spread those costs over more time for those property owners. The advantage of an LID is that the cost of that improvement is passed on with the property, right? So as the property, transfers, that payment is passed on. So that is what I'm asking for you, from you tonight, and that's happy to answer any questions or how the Madam Mayor would like to proceed.
Do you want to go over in your memo option A, B, and C, or not?
Yeah, I think I've kind of done that in this presentation, and I've really taken option C and given it a lot of fleshing out. So I guess I think option A in the memo speaks to the first question, which is, does the assembly even want to initiate a local improvement district, or do you have a different mechanism to pay for that? Option B is property owners pay for the full removal of that, and option C is, CBJ pays for a portion of the cost, and property owners pay for a portion of the cost. And I think that guidance will be given if you help me with the who pays what question here. So sorry, it's not as linear as my memo.
Thank you for that. So for the assembly, this is a different kind of topic and everything. So we're going to do questions now, and then we're going to let members of the public speak a little bit, and then we're going to come back and have a discussion. Okay. Ms. Hughes Candies, I saw you first, Ms. Wall, and then Mr. Kelly.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think my question I will ask perhaps for you to talk a little bit more about. I understand that the idea of riverfront's very defensible, across the street from it, very defensible or very common sense. Maps based in something, and then many ways to go. And when we talked about the many ways to go, or it could look different, you talked about creating a tax area. So I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more to that.
Madam Manager.
And what a
Madam
general
Attorney,
approach would
one
be.
of you or both of you can speak.
And let's see, I'm going to start with the general question of other areas. I don't have a lot of information on other ways to pay for other structures besides property taxes, right? You could pay for the improvements by taxes. We do have like roaded service areas, so we do have districts that pay for certain improvements in their districts. So and there's flood service areas is a municipal model that is used. I don't have a lot of information on what that would look like, and the reason why we're recommending an LID, because it is the decision that the assembly has the most control over, right, versus needing to go to a vote of the public. Happy to do more research on that. I would have Attorney Wright talk a little bit more about the kind of legality of further from the river.
Madam Attorney.
Thank you. So when we're talking about, I think you've got the point of the closer we are to the river, the better we are on those traditional lids. Today, when my staff and I were talking about it, we saw it as these expanding circles, right? So as you get further in the circles, you need to be able to identify what the benefit is to the people in these outer circles. It could be something as simple as if the valley is destroyed, the capital is gone, but you have to make those connections to say, this is why everybody has to pay, or this is why we've drawn this boundary. Really, it's a policy call by you all that we will then defend, and what you need to make is that connection. It does get more difficult as you move further away from that center point because traditional lids, that's how they work.
All right, Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we're not making decisions tonight, but even kind of getting closer to a decision or towards a decision, to me, the total cost is a big factor in these different, options in terms of, I don't even, we only have so much money in our fund balance currently, and that impacts what we can pay. Obviously, if we're going to need property owners to tell us if they object, they're going to have some sense of what this would cost them. And so there's a bit of a chicken and egg piece here for me, struggling with the policy call without understanding, total costs for this site prep. And I know that we expect there will be maintenance and other things moving forward. So you gave us kind of a really unknown ballpark. We didn't have a lot of information. Now we've been on properties, we've been looking at things. Do we have a sense of what the estimated site prep costs are? And any idea about kind of ongoing maintenance costs?
Madam Manager.
Yeah, boy, I have been hounding people with that question, and they know who they are. I think that it's still really difficult to get a total project cost. We talk about it in the $5 to $10 million range for the entire project, but the engineers are really nervous about that because we still don't know, soil quality, et cetera. We have entered into a contract to do some of that hydrological study and analysis of all of the existing data that will deliver us a lot more information by the end of November. So November 26th is their first deliverable deadline. So more time will give us more information. So, when I think of it as an order of magnitude project, I'm like, okay, so if it's $10 million for this whole project, that maximum, that helps me think about it. There's 76 properties in this phase. I think there's 140 some properties in the next phase that just need the armoring, right? I totally appreciate that's the critical question here. We really can't move forward with a local improvement district without having a better idea of that information. So, in a sense, you won't be asked to make any final decisions without more of that information. And I am concerned from a timing perspective that, even though we've bought ourselves Mother Nature has bought us a little bit of time with a release this past weekend, it's going to be difficult just to be able to make these decisions and pull this off before next yoke loop season, because the best time to do this site work is over the winter, right? The best time to do armoring is over the winter, and then we plan on installing barriers in March. So that is a key question that I don't have a great answer for.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And this question comes actually a little bit at the advice of a constituent. And it has something to do a little bit with what you just mentioned, Madam Manager, in your presentation about the new occurrences that have happened, such as President Biden's declaration of a national disaster. Does that open up new funding opportunities for the cities? That way we would not have to contemplate spreading all of this burden on our citizens?
Madam Manager.
Yes, there's still a very real timing challenge with a lot of those grant opportunities. So there's a hazard mitigation grant program that we could apply for. You know, that round of funding opens up, they take 6 months to decide, then it's 6 months to enter into a grant agreement, and you know, now we're 2 years before we start any work. So I think that, you know, we've been really focused on, aside from a grant that Tlingit and Haida has been able to apply for to help with installation of HESCO barriers, we've been focused on the grant funding for the longer term, and we have been successful in U.S. Forest Service has found $1 million to help go towards that general investigation study for finding a longer term solution. But I guess the challenge with trying to do something before this season is really a timing one, and I think it's legitimate to say we're not gonna, you know, it might not happen, we might not be able to pull it off, so slow your roll, give us plenty of time to collect plenty of data, and that certainly would be understandable, but the consequence of that is the concern that we have another release. I did want to speak a little bit about the cost of maintenance. We have a cost estimate for maintenance at $400,000 a year. That is from the Army Corps of Engineers for the HESCO barriers. I can't tell you if, you know, to me, it's probably the kind of infrastructure that will require more maintenance after a couple of years than in the first year, and will totally depend on the nature of the event. So if we have like a massive event, it's probably going to require a lot of maintenance. If we don't, won't require much maintenance.
Follow up, Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. Would it, obviously, I concur 100% that timing is a concern. Would you feel comfortable if we perhaps dipped into the reserves and use the grants as a way to replenish the reserves, as a way to resolve both the timing issue and the burden on taxpayers?
Madam Manager.
If that were eligible under the terms and conditions of the grant, I certainly would love to do that. Often it's not, but we will definitely explore that.
Ms. Wall and then Ms. Hughes Candies. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Mr. Deputy Mayor, missed your hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Manager, I wasn't at the October 3rd meeting. I watched it and I read your memo. I want to just confirm for myself, for the public, and maybe for our new Assembly members or others, but installing the HESCO barriers was the recommended course of action by flood experts at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Is that correct?
Madam Manager.
Yeah, we are working with Army Corps of Engineers staff. They have a flood fighting center of excellence, and we're working with staff based out of Anchorage. They've spent about a week with us, and I believe they are here today even. They came back to meet with us this week and do more site analysis. So there have been a lot of great ideas in the community, and this is the idea. The flood fighting is the only thing that the experts have been able to come up with that would help us in the near term. And the location of those barriers is based on their recommendations and guidance, and will be influenced by the data analysis that we'll be getting by the end of November. You recall you appropriated $400,000 for that and updated inundation maps. And so the first step of that is a full data analysis to look at the hydrology of the area. And then from that, they'll be able to give us a timeline on when we can get some updated inundation maps.
And I'll do a follow-up to your question since I haven't spoken yet. So this is also something coming from the public to do a long-term solution like a levee or a tunneling or anything else. We're talking years for that, the HESCO, or just to buy us time while we sort through that permitting, money collecting process. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I think that, you know, when we meet with the Army Corps of Engineers Civil Division, who will be doing the general investigation study, all the options are on the table, and all of those options require, you know, significant study and process as would be expected.
Thank you. Ms. Wall and then Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the memo in discussing option C, you mentioned kind of, one of the benefits that's being proposed of splitting the costs on site preparation would be that incentivizes homeowners to do their own kind of projects. Maybe you could walk me through kind of what that looks like. I'm imagining, somebody's got a porch, we have to take it out to put the barriers in. If CBJ provided all the funding, we would have to be the ones going in, taking out the porch, and making decisions for the homeowner. If the costs were split, they would have more ownership over exactly what the site prep looks like to meet their needs. Is that the incentive? Or maybe kind of talk to me about how cost splitting, helps the homeowner or, influences their behavior in a way that is helpful.
Madam Manager.
Yeah, so I do think that it's to our advantage for homeowners to do their own site prep, just because they can do it less expensive than we could, and they could be in charge of their own decisions that have nothing to do with the installation of HESCO barriers, but more to do with their personal property. So one scenario would be, all right, we're installing HESCO barriers in March. We need to have your deck removed by April. And if you don't remove your deck by April, we're going to remove it for you and assess you for that cost. So the homeowner says, well, I can remove my own deck, or I can hire my contractor buddy and we can remove this deck, and then it won't be then I won't be assessed for the cost of CBJ hiring a contractor to remove that deck. So I mean, I guess it's a little bit of human psychology, right? If we just say CBJ is going to pay for all the site prep, then there, I'm sure, will be Good Samaritans who do their own site prep and want to have control over their home. But probably, the default is, you're going to touch my property. You need to deal with all of it and restore it to as pristine as possible, CBJ. So that's really the logic behind that proposal. I mean, behind that idea. Does that help?
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Another question, probably for Ms. Wright. I'm asking questions about the LID, so obviously that's where my brain is at, but the geographic and the challenges there in making it defensible, I fully understand. The ones that I think of are like a road, and we all live on this road, so it's very easy. So if we start doing something like, I armored mine last year, so I'm not going to get assessed anything, but she lives next door and she did nothing, so she's going to pay a lot more than I am on that. Is that equally defensible if we say, as long as we're consistent with how we apply it?
Madam Attorney.
Thank you. So a traditional lid would say, here are light poles going up everywhere. Everyone gets an equal assessment because it's a new thing, right? That's the traditional. It's very easy. You can assess each individual homeowner differently based on what they've done. So let's say someone already spent $100,000 and engineering goes in and they say, well, this bank is fine. It needs zero site prep. Versus the person next to them has done nothing, it needs $300,000 worth. You can create a lid that takes into account that work that's been done and what still needs to be done. Someone who has a really large deck, different than someone who has nothing. So you can individualize it under the code for a lid. That's part of the ordinance. We would have to come back, and this goes to how much is this going to be? We have to look at every home, we have to look at every property and assess that, and the ordinance has to give homeowners notice of what we're going to charge them.
Mr. Steininger.
Madam Manager, during your presentation, you gave an example of an LID that would be at terms of, I think you used 10 years and 2%. But then the example from Ms. Wright just now is $300,000 potential cost of a armoring. And can you tailor the terms of the LID by property? So $300,000 over 10 years at 2% is a pretty significant amount of money for a homeowner on an annual basis. Could a homeowner choose to take a longer term on that so it's a little bit less onerous of a payment annually with your property tax? Or is that something that would have to be consistent across the LID?
Who's going to answer that one?
So I think that's a really good question. I'm not sure that I could give you a full answer. I'll let Madam Manager if she knows. Every single one that I've seen, it's been a set for everyone. It can be individualized as to the plot and the location and the area, but the full terms of it's a 20-year lid at a 2%, that's been set.
Do I need to follow up?
Yeah, one quick follow-up, but kind of extension to that and trying to answer that question. Would it be possible for a homeowner to pay off the LID early as well?
Oh, you brought the finance director up. Madam Finance Director.
Good evening, thank you. I don't necessarily have all of the answers to the questions that you asked. As Attorney Wright mentioned, most of the lists that we've done have been new improvements that have had set amounts for a set term for all of the individuals. I do believe that homeowners pay them off choose to pay things off early. And so that is a choice that homeowners take today with current lids. As far as structuring it at different lengths, I would need to do some research along with legal department to figure that out.
All right, next we have Mr. Bryson. Will you raise your hand again? Then Mr. Smith and then Ms. Huskandes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if this is for Madam Manager or Madam Attorney. Can one property owner mess this up for us? Can property owners that are needing to have this HESCO barrier on their property, they're not interested in the lid, how problematic could one or a few homeowners holding out and saying they don't want to participate in this, how much power would they have? Would we be stopped from putting a HESCO barrier on somebody that doesn't agree with the course of action we're taking? And what would that gap do to the overall project? How much power could one property owner have over this project?
Who's going to answer that one?
I'll take that one. So I will say that we will face everything as it comes. The bottom line is the lid process allows for homeowners to protest and say, I don't want this. There is a mechanism for the assembly to override. It requires 8 votes. That overrides the homeowner. So that's in regard to the lid. Is there a mechanism to force the issue? Yes. Would it result in lawsuits? Probably, but that's probably going to happen. That's the world we live in. In regards to the HESCO barriers, and I'll have Madam Manager talk to this as well, but we are potentially operating under an emergency declaration. There's an extension coming up shortly, the request, I think it's the next agenda item. That emergency declaration allows the city to take measures to protect everybody's life and property. It includes going onto their property and placing these HESCO barriers. I believe that the Army Corps of Engineers has said you can't have a break in the HESCO barriers. That will be, I'll let you talk about that, but you can't have a break in the barriers. And so if that's the situation we're in, we would likely come to you to ask for permission to go onto properties under this emergency declaration, which you have that ability to force the issue.
I'm just going to follow up on that too, and one of you can do it, but we could go around a property if we absolutely had to, correct? Or even furthermore, if we absolutely had to, we could go down the street. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, you are correct. We have talked about if, carving out a property, right? And so the house is here and kind of going around that property, it weakens the integrity of the barrier and of course sacrifices that home if there is a flood event.
And the second part of my question is, worst comes to worst, we could go down the street if we had enough homeowners protest.
It certainly would be far simpler to install barriers on city right-of-way that is compacted and stable that we own on city streets. Yes, we could.
Okay, we have Mr. Smith and then Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've talked a little bit about, the examples where maybe someone didn't armor their bank. I mean, we're saying didn't do anything. These are obviously highly variable and uncertain events, and people have different levels of resources. And anyway, I think it's maybe touched on a little bit in the memo, but I just want to confirm there may be and possibly are situations out there where people spent significant amount of money to armor a bank or do site work, but it's just not planning for a HESCO barrier to be there. So, they armored their bank, but for a HESCO barrier, it needs to go out another 15, 20 feet. I'm just trying to capture if there are those situations where people did spend significant amount of funds, and yet their property would still need significant amounts of improvements for these barriers to be situated there.
Yes, that's a good example, a scenario where you would have to build additional property, for example, in order to install the HESCO barriers. Another example would be armoring that failed during the last event. Maybe it didn't fail as in they didn't lose bank, but it was undermined and would need to be repaired. There's armoring that's, old, that's from when subdivisions were developed. And the property owner probably has a very different opinion of the need to armor their bank that has held perfectly fine for 30 years than CBJ has when we're like, well, we need to be absolutely certain this doesn't fail. And, there's been sediment accrual and undermining, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that those differences in opinion of the need for site improvements will absolutely exist.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. And then Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is back to Ms. Custer. It's getting back more to cost. I know that's like the ever, you don't know, and you're trying to chase it down. So I'm very aware of that, and these are wild guesses. You've been saying the $5 to $10 million range. Do we think, as we've started to, and of course that'll depend on what we say, who should pay for what, but is there some upper number like 15 million or 20 million we feel pretty good? We could do it for less than one of those numbers? Or is there any upper limit that you have some higher degree of confidence in? Not a trick question. I promise it's not a trick question.
I'll say this really slowly. Madam Manager, giving you time to think.
I think, looking at my deputy engineering and public works director who's shaking his head in the back, we're operating under being a $5 to $10 million project based on the information that we have. Now, could it be more than that? Absolutely. Could it be less than that? Absolutely. And I think it's reasonable that, that may trigger different decision-making on the Assembly's part.
Mr. Kelly, and then Ms. Wall.
Thank you. The word possible lawsuits, if we force people to enter into an LID that they might not want, gives me just a little bit of cause for worry. I am interested perhaps in understanding another mechanism that was touched on slightly, would we face the same obstacles, or perhaps, this would be for Madam Attorney, would we face the same obstacles or perhaps liability for a special tax area?
Madam Attorney, do we need to look that one up, or you got an answer?
Well, I will ask Ms. Fick to also help. I mean, I'll give you a very lawyer answer. It depends, and I always anticipate a potential lawsuit. So I think that honestly, you all have really difficult decision, no matter where the money comes from, whether we would have more of a scenario where somebody sues us under a lid versus a tax district. No, I don't think so. I think you've still got people's homes, people's lives, people's money, people's property assessments. It's the same analysis for them, whether you're getting the money from them one way or the other. If you're asking them to pay, if you're asking them to contribute, you have the same potential for liability.
Ms. Atkinson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, we are allowed to, in the case of an emergency, go on and put these barriers in and maintain them and such, but like the land underneath the HESCO barriers or the land that we may need to build back, if bank needs to be built back, that remains the property owners, or I'm just not sure what land ownership.
Madam Attorney?
That's right. It does remain the property owners, and I think all the meetings are running together now, but I think at the last meeting we talked about a concept of a taking, right? So this is somebody's property. We're going on. Under an emergency declaration, you can do that. That is allowed under the law. However, one of the things I flagged for you is the longer things sit on their property, the more likely it is that we're taking their land and we might have to pay for it the longer it goes. So yes, that is their land until we purchase it from them or something else happens. It is their land.
Ms. Hughes-Candies?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Madam Manager, I understand that staff resources are not infinite. Getting back to grants for a quick minute, I understand that staff is prioritizing long-term strategies. Are we not actively seeking those grants are we aware of programs that we're not going for in terms of shorter term fixes or things that might be applied? And this was a couple of questions back. It was based on your response to Mr. Kelly or someone down here. Is that enough?
Madam Manager?
Yeah, so I think your question is, are we not applying for an eligible grant because we're like, ain't nobody got time for that? No.
I believe I said I understand staff resources are not infinite.
Sorry. No. Our grants manager is looking at all opportunities. We've met with Tlingit and Haida multiple times, brainstormed community grants that we could apply for, really trying to, Tlingit and Haida has actually already applied for a grant. So, I think that being as creative as possible, I just think it's a little bit difficult to hold out hope that the federal government is going to come in quickly and expeditiously to help pay for our mitigation, especially in the face of the overwhelming disaster issues facing the country.
And a little answer to that too, that's one of the reasons that we're meeting with our lobbyists tomorrow. We had to wait for the National Disaster Declaration. And just to give you an idea, these are small grants. The one that Tlingit and Haida is going for is only for $450,000. So these aren't $10 million grants. These are going to be little tiny grants here and there. So I have Ms. Wall next, I think.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to quickly clarify, because I think for lots of people listening, and I think I speak for my other assembly members when I say we are not contemplating building barriers around houses or on roads that would put houses in a flood area. So just wanted to make that clear. My question is about order of operations. We're looking at appropriating $2 million tonight for installation of the HESCO barriers. I know there are properties that are going to be quote unquote easy relative to others that won't need site prep and willing homeowners. And I expect this question, these policy questions in front of us are going to take some time, certainly to figure out price tag and funding sources and all of that. Would you anticipate, in knowing that we need this barrier to have no gaps, I worry about us moving forward on installing things before we have the bigger picture figured out. Is that the current plan to kind of start moving forward on the easy stuff if we appropriate tonight? Or now that we've got a little bit more time, we're going to figure out the bigger picture before we actually begin putting things in?
Madam Manager.
Yeah, the plan would be to move forward with more design and site assessment before doing an installation. I believe March is when we would be actually installing barriers. Of course, we would need to do site prep before that. I think that, the appropriation helps us initiate that work, also shows the Assembly's, commitment to that path of action, which is really important. I mean, could it be, less and come back with an appropriation at a future time? I don't, that's a difficult question to answer because we don't know the total project cost, right? So I'm asking you for an appropriation without having a total cost estimate. So I think there are plenty of opportunities for the Assembly to weigh in as you get new information. I also want to acknowledge that it will always be it will likely continue to be a situation where you're asked to make decisions with incomplete and imperfect information.
Seeing no hands, I'll ask a question. Is there a path forward for us to do a little bit of city funding, a little bit of bigger area funding, and then the particular property funding? So basically, for particular funding, you're getting funding mechanisms from 3 different places, because I see that the riverfront property doesn't necessarily have to take the full burden of this as they're protecting the chunks of the valley.
Yes, I think there is a math equation that we could figure out that distributes those costs both on like a discrete area and the 16-foot inundation map, for example, and riverfront properties and CBJ taxpayers through a CBJ appropriation. And that's the exact type of guidance that I would like from you tonight to be able to bring you back a proposal.
Okay, is there any more questions? If not, we will go to the public for right now. So I have someone from on Zoom, Madam Clerk's Tim Brueggemann. Probably butchering that last name.
You got it pretty close, Brueggemann. So I guess my first question is,
Hang on just a second. You have, please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes, and this is testimony. We will not be answering your questions.
okay. Tim Brueggemann, we live on Meander Way, right on the river. So I guess without questions, my main testimony, I guess, would be if there is a breach within any of these HESCO barriers, anywhere downriver of it, you're gonna have these levees holding water in on the wrong side, making it worse than it would be without the barriers. So are we sure that they are the right thing? And then also the property taxes, property values got decreased by like 20 to 40%, depending on where you're at in the last couple of years, and property taxes got raised. If these things are in place for up to 10 years, like what's in the proposal, no one is going to be able to sell on the river, and there's going to be foreclosures everywhere. So all that money that is going to be lost through property taxes anyway. So you're going to be losing, homes are going to be vacant, and you're going to be losing all sorts of people along the river.
Do that one too.
And then I, I there was nothing in the short term or long term about dredging a channel in the three spots where the river backs up and causes it to jump over the bank. It's city land, so we should be doing something about that right now. The river has got very close to cutting a channel through directly in behind the house where direct behind our house, so why not finish it off? It will allow the river to flow faster through those areas and not back up and jump on the end of meander like it did. You could do the same thing right there at Killowitch and up the road. I don't remember, there by Marion, I believe it is.
That's it.
And I guess that's all I've got since you own it. There's no questions being answered.
All right, looking at the assembly, do you have any questions for Mr. Brueggemann? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Brueggemann. You mentioned that, reductions in property, values or foreclosures or inability to sell. I guess one benefit I'm seeing of some type of flood fighting and this type of prevention is actually, providing some security. Obviously, we'd have to see what happens when we actually, if there is, God forbid, another flood of this size. But do you see having the, this type of protection actually helping property owners with property values or their ability to sell?
I do not, because if you're going with the lid format like we've been talking about, the the liens that are going to be on the property and assessed on our property taxes are going to cause home values to decrease significantly, because there's going to be very few people that are going to be willing to purchase houses with those higher property taxes.
I also think you're going to have a difficult time having.
Ma'am, you can't testify at this time. Only one person at a time can, and Mr.
People
Brueggemann.
aren't going to be able to afford to do it.
Yeah. And how is anybody going to be able to afford a $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 20-year loan? There's no way. That's a whole nother mortgage payment. There is no way that everybody can afford that. There very well are some that can, but you're not going to be able to have people be able to live.
All right, thank you. Is there any more clarifying questions? Seeing
One
none-
more thing quick to clarify.
No, we are
Our
done. Brueggemann, your testimony is over. Your 3 minutes has passed. Do we have the paper in the back? Okay, looking at the participation, I see some are going to testify toward the resolution. If you'd rather testify about the mitigation now, this would be the proper time. With that, the first person who has signed up to testify on the barriers themselves is Mr. Ball. So you push the little button and it'll turn green. Please state your name and area of the town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name's Steve Ball, and I live on the bottom of Killowitch in the valley. First off, I want to thank the city's response in the August release that we had. It was definitely unprecedented, but I'll press that on the fact that there was 300 homes that were involved. Our home, unfortunately, did not have any flooding, and we were saved from that. So assessing a tax or whatever it may be on a certain amount of homes doesn't seem fair when our home, and there's others that didn't have any flooding in their area, and these barriers would be protecting the 300 homes that we saw inundated during this year's event. Looking back at last year's event, and I don't fault any of the homeowners that took the opportunity to shore up their properties, but proper management of change did not occur to understand what the downstream effects were going to be. So I hope that as we look at this next project on the river, that a proper management of change does occur. And that's my engineering brain stepping in, and hopefully we have a proper project charter and a proper assessment of what needs to happen and the potential effects that could happen. Thank you for the time.
Any questions for Mr. Ball? Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Mr. Ball. If, let's say, regardless of how we come up with the money for the barriers, we collectively as a community, are you supportive of installing the barriers?
I'm supportive of installing the barriers if we get 100% buy-in of the 79 properties or the 140 in the total project. I have very grave concerns that if you have breaks, this doesn't work. One thing we noticed during this year's flood is the water was going back into the river right on the barrier of our property. And so if it was coming down Sharon, it was coming down Killowitch and going back into the river. So if you have a breach anywhere above us, you're going to see that water impacted behind. And if it doesn't have a way to go back into the river, you just remain flooded. There are natural low points around Emily, around Long Run, even on G itself, where it appears that they were old river drainages or parts of the river. If you don't have pump stations, I know there is one on Meander, but there needs to be pump stations to be able to mitigate if you had water that was impacted behind the barriers. So I don't envy you. It's a huge job. We just can finish a project up at the mine. There's 2 years, it was over $10 million. This is going to be a big project to try and get it in by the time that the next one happens next year, and it's not a if, it's when. It's going to be pretty tough.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wall, for your testimony. And I'll go back, I should go back to the start of the list. Mr. Hatch, do you want to testify now or at the resolution? Okay, come on up. And just tap the little red button at the bottom there and turn your mic on. Please state your name and area of the town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Sam Hatch. I live on Meander Way. I oppose the current proposal to install a temporary levee down the whole of the Mendenhall River. I ask Assembly members to vote no on the proposal and pursue a safer solution. With the release of the basin over the weekend, the immediate threat of the flood is over. The reasons for justifying the use of an emergency order are gone, and the order should not be abused to bypass the due process for flood control projects. The city needs to plan and execute an effective flood control project using sound engineering principles and normal ordinances. In my opinion, the city needs to pursue a temporary levee system in the lake area with the goal to divert and impound more water and to control its release into the river. Inundation maps indicate this is a viable strategy, and in the event of a levee failure, there are less severe consequences, specifically risks to property and life. The Forestry Service has money they could use to help, which would be ideal, since the lake and the river are part of forestry land. I, among with others in my neighborhood, oppose the HESCO flood barrier proposal because of the risks that come with an overly constrained river and ambiguities in this project. A levee would undoubtedly raise the flood height downstream. A levee break close to a home could destroy it and devastate whatever neighborhood it happened in. Normal flood inundation has not had that risk, and the flood barriers do nothing to manage our serious bank erosion issues, and only flow control or brute force armoring seem to do that. The cost to in place, project lifetime for the barriers, and removal details are alarmingly absent from this project. A lid should not be used to do a flood control project like a levee proposal. Burdening the 70-plus waterfront homes with the cost of a temporary solution while benefiting hundreds of valley homes is wrong. If hundreds of properties need this project, the city should wholly own it and seek compensation with the recent presidential disaster declaration. This situation can be managed, but we need to make an informed decision and choose a soundly engineered, effective, safe solution owned and managed by the city or federal government. Don't force individual property owners to use the first, cheapest solution that could be found. Vote no on this poorly designed project. The city has the time and the responsibility to do a better job for all of us.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hatch? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Mr. Agnell, do you want to testify now or do you want to wait for the resolution? Come on up. Hit the red button on the bottom there. And please state your name and area of town you live in for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is David Agnell. I'm a journalist. I live in West Juneau, and I have a boat condo on the river south of Don Abel. I've written a couple articles about this. On Friday, I sent you all an email with a link to the most recent article, which was published a couple weeks ago on KNY Radio. So in my research, I've talked to a number of scientists, hydrologists, engineers, and contractors. None of them have a lot of confidence in these HESCO barriers. Some of them have zero confidence that they're going to work. And if they do work, if somehow miraculously the banks hold, I mean, we saw what happened a year ago when 150 feet of forest went like within a couple hours. If these things hold, if the banks hold, it's just going to make things worse for owners downstream because it speeds up the river, and then all that extra force goes downstream, and that's where I have my property. I think the city is opening themselves up. Former lawyer. I think the city is opening themselves up to a ton of liability here if you go ahead with this project. And Mr. Smith, to your point that you asked the city manager earlier, maybe the Corps came up with this idea or was somehow involved in this idea. But, I sent my article to the people that, we spoke with up in Anchorage, the district chief. And, I asked them, is my article on, off? Do you agree, disagree with this assessment of the HESCO barriers? And basically I got a no comment. And that should be troubling. I mean, this was an opportunity for them to stand behind the HESCO barriers, and they didn't. And I'd point out that, I did some research into Katrina down in New Orleans, and the Corps was widely criticized for not doing the right things, which led to 1,400 people dying. And that scenario has been forecasted here in Juneau. And these HESCO barriers, if you look at the map, there's no HESCO barriers above the Back Loop Bridge. And if we get a 20-foot flood, and you've got a plan for a 20-foot flood, what's to keep that water from getting back, behind Mendenhall School and heading towards Duck Creek, which was the original channel? And that's that scenario that results in thousands of lives. And our plan doesn't even have any HESCO barriers there. I want to bring up a point that Ms. Wool talked about. It's 2 million today, right? But I just see a giant sucking hole here that could lead to tens of millions of dollars. And there's no overall plan here. It's kind of react as we go. And before we know it, we're going to end up with tens of millions of dollars. you know, there's this option, you're being given, I don't envy you guys, okay? I mean, you guys are being given a binary choice, but there's really a third choice, and that's this lake levy. And the chief of the Alaska District of the Corps said it's a very viable solution. And what he said, all he needs is to be told by CBJ to start working on this. And so what I'd like to see, you know, I'm a former Crimson Bear, and when we were losing the game, we'd put on a full court press. And that's how we got back in the game and won a lot of our games. And that's what you all need to do. And we're here there's many of us in the community that are here to help you. Put a full.
Any questions? Mr. Kelly and then Ms. Wall, did I see your hand?
Thank you, Mr. Ignell. I did see your email. I'm sorry if I haven't responded yet. One thing you were saying towards the end, I was just kind of piqued my interest. The person who mentioned that the levee barriers would be a viable solution, did they give a time frame for when they could be implemented?
Well, it was more, I was on a call, I set up the call, and I was on with 4 people, and it was more of us telling him what that time frame could be. I mean, we have the materials in Juneau right now. We have the materials, we have the equipment, and we have the workforce to put in something that will probably take it'll help minimize the risk, maybe put it, you know, 95%. I've heard that number, you know, 99. I mean, this thing is so unpredictable that, you know, it might take a few years to get something that's 100%, you know, fail-proof. But within 2 or 3 months, local people here can, you know, under the guidance of the Corps, and it's all on federal land. I mean, you've got what you guys are proposing ultimately will take about 200, 150, 200 homeowners, and it's just going to be a cluster. But the levee idea is all on federal land. I mean, this Suicide Basin is on, you know, comes from federal land, and it's just not Suicide Basin. I mean, we've known for 50 years, the government has known for 50 years that there's actually 9 sources of water in the Mendenhall drainage area. And, you know, it was identified back in a 1971 report by Post and Mayo. So you know, this is something that we're going to be living with for decades. And this levee idea, we can get a lot of the work done, and, you know, we can eventually enhance it. I mean, there was an environmental impact report that was done in 2023 which calls for a walking trail or maybe even a driving along the existing shoreline with a bridge connecting over to the campground. So what is being proposed is very similar to that. Now, there's a thought that there are natural moraines in the Dredge Lake area. And the one thing that Bruce Sexauer is the district chief of the Army Corps of Engineers. And I get the feeling that he's sincere. You know, he really thinks this levee idea is good and that he can get it done. The one thing he raised was like he wanted to make sure that the existing shoreline wasn't an alluvial fan, meaning that it wouldn't be able to support the weight of 15, 20 feet. And so that's what this going into Dredge Lake, you'd have these existing moraines that are giant rocks. I mean, that's what's keeping.
Mr. Ignell, you've gone way past the point of the question.
I'm
so
sorry, I just responded.
We'll go to Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ignell. You know, we've gone to the Corps, we've gone to the Forest Service. They're telling us, you know, at the highest folks that we can talk to that they need 10 years, 5 to 10 years to, you know, to go through the process of design and research, and that's been their answer to us. If in a world where we can't access that solution for 10 years, do you support barriers as a near-term fix?
Absolutely. And this is where it's incumbent on all of us to put the full court press on the federal agencies. I have been in a meeting where the local ranger and the deputy ranger said, they have people who live, whose houses and property are in danger, employees. And they have said, we are not going to stand in the way. We want to support this. Bob Deering, who is the spokesperson for about 300 homeowners, it's a Facebook, he has spoken to the second in charge of the Forest Service. This is what he's told me and others, and he used to work for the Forest Service. Bob started out with the Army Corps of Engineers.
Again, Mr. Ignell, you went past the question. The answer was yes, correct?
Well, I mean, what's an answer without a little elaboration? I mean, we're here to solve a problem.
Yeah. All right, thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you, and God bless you.
Ms. Edwardson, would you like to speak now or wait for the resolution?
Sorry.
Okay, you didn't write it down, so, okay. Next we have Sean, sorry. Can't read that very well. What is, Sean Smack, maybe? Apologize if I killed your name.
All right, Katie Gardner.
I'm just going to move the computer out of the way.
Do you want to speak to I should ask you, because you have resolutions, do you want to speak to the mitigation and everything else now, or do you want to wait for the resolutions?
I'll speak to the mitigation now.
Okay.
My name is Sean Smack. I live on Meander Way. My family and I oppose the barriers until more risk assessment and safety measures have been completed. Currently, with the installation of HESCO barriers, how my property is set up, it eliminates my ability to defend my personal property in my own way. So with how close the HESCO barriers would be to my house, I cannot place my own barrier. So it eliminates my ability to defend myself. And I wonder who assumes that liability in removing my ability to do that. Sorry, I just had a nose surgery, so. With a lot of the bank on the inside of the turn on Meander where I am, it is sand, loose sand and all that. It holds my house, and that's very likely about it. The amount of work that would need to go in to solidify and armor my bank would be a lot. And it would also include removing several old trees that I believe have held my bank together and prevented erosion from happening under my property in the past 2 large floods. In channeling and increasing the volume of the force in the river, we're going to see far more undercutting in the riverbed. And this will be a cause for a fail in the HESCOs, or a breach in the HESCOs. I have lots of experience with HESCO. My time with the Army, I've filled them and seen them in many uses. And when you're really lucky, they'll hold for 5 years. But a year to 2 years is about their lifespan. I don't know if the flood line is different. Hopefully it is. On the topic of the lid, the MOU provided the terms were too ambiguous for me to agree to. I feel the lid should be supported by all those who could be potentially affected by a large measure flood. Evaluations to who shares cost should be looked at not by how close your proximity is to the river. It should be how low you are in comparison to the riverbank. The more susceptible areas are not the ones at the riverbank where it jumps. It's the low ground behind it. It's Emily Way, Gee, Northland, all those streets. And they're the ones that receive the most damage to their houses. I didn't receive near as much as them. So we're assuming this risk on our property to protect more. So a lid shared only by the riverfront property owners, I do not believe is fair. Thank you very much.
Any questions, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When you have seen the HESCO barriers fail, what were the conditions that caused them to fail?
It was a surge flood in the Arghandab River in Afghanistan. And now, mind you, it's very sandy, desert area, and, rain comes and it floods, and that bank had continually eroded away, and then it probably had about 5 feet of bank length left and 10 to 15 feet in depth. And as it started eroding, the whole HESCO, and this was an 8-foot tall HESCO with a 4-foot tall HESCO on top, all of it came in. Now, our purpose wasn't to fight flood, but it was how quickly, when that does fail, I equate that in my mind to once that falls, we're letting all that water in there, and the houses are becoming bumper cars.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Smack. You mentioned towards the beginning of your testimony that if we put up the HESCO barriers, that would interfere with your own ability to put up your own barrier. Can I ask you where you would put up your barrier and what kind of barrier that you would put up?
I would utilize a cofferdam, a water-filled dam around the perimeter of my house. Normal cofferdams, they vary. They're usually double the width that they are the height. So if I wanted to put a 4-foot cofferdam, I need 9 feet around my house. Ideally, 11 feet to provide at least a little standoff between house and material. But as with everything, the more standoff, the better. Smallest I can go is 6.5 feet. And that's kind of my give. I've got about 10 feet from the back of my house to where it begins to drop down into, I would call the secondary bank of the river. So.
Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for coming to testify tonight. Is your bank armored?
My bank is not armored. We are on the inside of the turn on Meander. So as erosion usually happens, it's the far bank. There are banks to our left and right, but there's a series of 6 or 7 houses along that big turn that don't see the erosion. We gain property as these happen.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Ms. Vigas, do you want to speak now or at the resolution? Okay. Hit the bottom with the button at the bottom to turn it green, and please state your name and area of town you live in for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Elizabeth Figgis. I live on View Drive. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to any kind of local improvement district as relates to HESCO barriers. I do think the city manager made the right call in accepting as many of these things as we could get at no cost. It's a great thing to have in our tool chest. However, as it was described on October 3rd, HESCO barriers are a temporary flood fighting tool, experimental, especially with the way that we have the capacity to consider implementing them this year. And I don't understand how this counts as improvement, not to be oversimplifying it, but it's not a road. It's not a sewer system or electrical. It does not actually add value to properties because it's a temporary experimental installation. So as we've heard, this could actually damage properties, both where it's installed or downstream. I also think that it would have been helpful for the assembly to have some discussion tonight about where the big costs are likely to come in, which includes how do we harden the ground. My property on View Drive also has been accruing more sand and silt at the riverbanks. but we're part of those wonderful moraines that are just boulders. I don't understand how these could be installed in phase 2 where I live. I don't know that I would recommend it. I don't want to speak for any of the homeowners who are in phase 1, and I support what they choose. I just really don't think that an LID is the right tool for this because it is not an improvement. I think we should revisit that as a tool for a permanent solution, including things like building a levee around the lake. I think it would be helpful for the Assembly to also consider whether to use the HESCO barriers for a flood-fighting temporary experimental levee around the lake that does not count as permanent mitigation. I'm not sure what the legal aspects of that would be, but I think it's worth considering because it could be a workaround for something in less than 10 years, and we would see if it works. I also wanted to just briefly speak to what a best case scenario looks like for my house. Last year was the first year that my house got flooded. It was catastrophic because we were out of town. We lost our vehicles, our boat was damaged, everything in our garage and downstairs was destroyed. Now, ever since August 5th, 2023, we've been living only in the second story of our home because we've been in this constant process of either remodeling or recovering and thinking about rebuilding again. So best case scenario for me was that I spent Saturday preparing my property because my partner's out commercial fishing. Sunday, I spent moving my pets and myself to a friend's house because it's 20-degree weather. And on View Drive, you have to choose. You stay or you leave. You can't make a choice later in the evening because of the position. So that's just what my best case scenario is. I don't disagree. It was a best case scenario, but that's what it looks like twice a year now at my house. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Figgis? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Deb Johnston. Do you want to speak now or at the resolution? Okay, we will save you for that then. All right, with that, we'll bring it to the Assembly for discussion. Madam Manager, remind us what you want from us tonight.
If the city clerk could pull up that last slide, and I know she's working on it right now, I would like direction on the idea of pursuing an LID, direction on who should be included in an LID or who should be included in sharing in the costs of flood protection, flood fighting, direction on how to pay for it. Good. So I guess while she's pulling that up, I'll let you. There it is. So again, this direction will allow me to come back to you with a more concrete proposal at the November meeting.
All right. Since we just had some testimony, let's do questions first because I had a question too. So Mr. Smith, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things that came up during the testimony that I just was maybe wanting to get your perspective on. Ms. Kester, the dredging was brought up, as was impacts downstream should these barriers be installed. Could you speak to those issues?
Let's see, I'll speak to the second question because I'm not sure what the question on dredging is, but impacts to properties downstream. There are a lot of unknowns. We will have more information once we have the hydrological assessment at the end of November on the impact of, installing the barriers and how that, could redirect flow. I think that the only solution that is without liability is to do nothing. What's the dredging question?
I guess my question on dredging is it practical? Do we believe it would actually, anyway, do we believe it would be functional to, in the event of a similar type flood, would it prevent flooding in the previously impacted areas?
So we did bring up the idea of like channelizing, digging channels and levees at the charrette that we had with all the interagency partners on, I believe it was September 6th. And the, civil chief for Army Corps of Engineers was there along with many other partners. And yes, they may have success and they may be the best options. What Mr. Sexor said was, it will likely be a combination of these alternatives that your community has come up with that will be, be the solution that we propose. And we need a general investigation study to do that, which is why the Assembly, quickly appropriated funds to trigger that general investigation study. Now we need a federal match to allow the Corps to begin that work. So, anything beyond flood fighting really requires, I think anything requires this study. So, I think a lot of the criticism tonight we hear is you haven't studied it enough. I would really like to be able to study anything that we do for a few years, see a few more floods so we can actually track the high water marks, really get more drone footage of the basin. So I think that if we really want to understand the impacts, that would be the best course of action, because any action does have potential unintended consequences. And dredging and the levee and all of those were analyzed and will continue to be analyzed as part of a longer term solution.
Just to build off Mr. Smith's question, the testifier actually mentioned trenching where the river was about to break through, but if I'm not mistaken, we can't just break into the river. That's not our river, so we can't just build a trench right now that's going to allow the water to flow that way. Is that correct, or do we need permits, permissions?
You're correct. The river is managed by DNR.
Any other questions? All over the place. Ms. Hughes Candies and then Mr. Kelly.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think my question is about timing. You need this direction because in order to give us anything kind of for November, we have the initial John Bohan. This is kind of the taste of what people said right away, and then we got to hear some more concerns and other thoughts brought up. If we are able to give you some answers to these questions tonight, timing-wise, will we have time to go back out to those 79 homeowners and they say you pay for it, or they say they're going to pay for it, and get another updated one by November?
Madam Manager.
Well, my intention would be to have something for the packet that's a starting place for the Assembly and the public to consider that, everyone can comment on. A local improvement district would require a public notice period. It would require certified mailing to the property owner with those impacts. After the Assembly passes an ordinance, it would require a neighborhood meeting. It would require a public hearing. It would require all those individual property owners to vote on whether or not they approve of that being included in that improvement district. I'm concerned that that's a lot of time, right? That will take months to do all of that. So that definitely is a constraint for the project, but is likely a necessary one. So if your concern is, will these property owners have another chance to comment on what we're proposing? Absolutely. The LID process requires a very official level of comment.
Follow up. Let me clarify. No, that's not my question. My question is it your intention, if we're able to give you direction, to go back out to those homes and include another updated temperature of those homes with what you're proposing in November? Or do you propose to introduce what you're proposing to the Assembly and the public at the same time?
Madam Manager.
No, we will continue to do site visits, but that will be in order to gather information to give you a more accurate cost estimate, not to talk about potential proposals on how to share those costs.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kelly and then Mr. Bryson.
Thank you. And this touches on like Mr. Smith's question, this also touches a little bit on some of the public testimony that we've heard. Some people were raising concerns that the HESCO barriers could fail due to the sediment beneath them possibly being eroded or for other reasons. It's my understanding that these HESCO barriers come as a recommendation from the Army Corps of Engineers. Did they have any recommendations, or is something like that accounted for in their recommendation for suggesting that we install these barriers as a temporary solution?
Madam Manager.
Yes, soil quality is a major concern of the project and will be a major expense driver in site preparation.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the testifiers brought up an excellent point. A local improvement district, my understanding of that was adding a culvert, adding drainage, adding a road. Installing these HESCO barriers is flood fighting, flood mitigation. I wouldn't classify adding these barriers to properties as improvements to the properties. Have we looked at, is it legal to use a local improvement district for an emergency flood fighting project like what we're facing here? Was that the intent of an LID? And with it being...
Madam Attorney.
Thank you. So I think that using the term local improvement district and just sticking to, I understand that's the title, that's great, it's an improvement. What it is a way, so the state has statute, municipalities have their authority through there. It's just a way to make a special assessment on a property that's benefited from something. So typically, it is culverts and roads and things like that, but there is nothing within our code, and we as the city are allowed to set our code for what the special assessments look like. There is nothing in there that says it must be a quote-unquote improvement or what that improvement means. It is a way for you to assess when there's a benefit. So those are the two things.
Thank you. So Madam Manager needs some direction. So I think the easiest thing, especially looking at our clock and seeing it's 10 to 10, and we still have a whole meeting to go, I think we'll just go down the assembly and everybody just give their thoughts at this time. If you want me to start, I can certainly start, or we can start with Mr. Bryson. Mr. Bryson. And hopefully we'll have some direction in here somewhere between all of us that you can go with.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know that I'm going to help move the direction forward because the more that I've listened, the less I like these HESCO barriers. It is a temporary solution that could empty our piggy bank and literally use up the funds that we will need to do a permanent solution. I've been down that river more times than everybody, and I know that there are some parts of some of those properties are going to be easy to put HESCO barriers on. And some of the properties are going to be a little bit higher, but there are going to be plenty of properties that are going to be extremely problematic for us. And somebody raised the issue of trees. One of the things that is said, you do not cut your trees because trees and riprap are what holds banks together. And so are we going to really cut down people's trees when that is probably the trees that saved their property, and now we're going to remove their trees to install a HESCO barrier? There might be some issues there. Last year when the flood happened and we talked about why wouldn't we armor the whole bank? Because it would be tens of millions of dollars to armor the whole bank. And now with our very limited funds, we're trying to figure out how do we armor part of the bank and pay for HESCO barriers all along. It does not seem like a practical solution. And to me, it seems more reactionary. We're so in need of doing something right now that we're doing the first thing that came along, and as we've heard tonight, it might not be the solution that really helps the situation move forward. Killowitch absolutely was hit harder with water this year because of the actions that happened for armoring the bank in '23. There's no question about more water hit that area because of previous actions. And so we're now thinking about taking similar armoring actions. And as somebody mentioned, what's south of all the homes down the river? Thunder Mountain School would be the next low area that would not have HESCO barriers. So whatever we do on the river absolutely affects the river further down. The properties that, there's so many variables, trying to get all those variables the same seems like an almost impossible solution, when if we concentrated energies on the levees getting more support every day that I hear about it. I'm not going to get in the way of this assembly trying to go in a direction, but I'm not in favor of these HESCO barriers just because they were the first solution to come along. I don't necessarily think it was the best solution for what we're trying to do in the long run. And I don't want to sound like I'm not sympathetic to any home out there. I just don't know that this solution is the right one. And I think the gentleman who talked about it failing, and another testifier talked about water flowing back in. If it fails anywhere, there would be zero places for the water to exit. One of the advantages that our floods did have is that.
Mr. Bryson, I'm going to cut you off a little
Can I
bit.
finish this statement?
You can finish the statement, but you're actually taking a step backwards because this assembly already decided at some point that we were going to move forward, and you're telling us to do nothing. So.
I'll stop with my
if
comments then, Madam Mayor.
everybody agrees, then that's fine, but I think we decided to do something rather than nothing, and this is the presentation that we received. Ms. Hughes Candies, your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll start by just making a comment on that, those last comments. I think that very conditionally, this assembly reluctantly, so as to not, close out our deadlines, said, okay, tentatively, maybe, with many assurances from Madam Manager that we would get to weigh in and have multiple opportunities to pull out. So I just want to say, I don't think anything's decided, like we're 100% behind HESCO barriers and this is the way we're doing it, at least not for this assembly member. And it is an impossible question, but I will try to limit a couple of thoughts to what Madam Manager is asking for. I guess what I will say tied to that is just I want to make sure that we continue to not cause more harm than good, so I will be evaluating along those same concerns that Mr. Bryson has talked about, as well as the financial concerns that others have raised. In terms of a mechanism for who pays, I think the LID needs to be a larger LID, so it is not only riverfront homes. That makes more sense to me than rather putting it on everybody who's at the riverfront. I was asking about what's defensible. I'm thinking probably inundation maps are going to be what makes the most sense, so I'd be curious to see some proposals around that. Who pays? I think, well, that's kind of who pays. I do think, in addition to doing a larger LID and figuring that out, if it's some combination of funds CBJ has already appropriated and CBJ is paying for some small percentage of costs, and that's to the good of everybody involved, I think I would be willing to look at that, looking at the dollar amount, and then assessing it by actual costs. I think we do need to care for the owners who dumped a lot of their own money into it last year, and I don't want to see them be punished for that. Terms and conditions we really haven't talked about too much, so I think that'll depend on the model that you bring us and if we can reach some kind of consensus. And then, as far as a bank loan or, I don't think we have funds in our own funds. I would be looking at historically how we do LIDs with a mindset of how can we keep costs as low as possible for the homeowners. So those are my brief thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I share many of the same feelings as Ms. Hughes Candies. I also am cautiously moving forward. I've gone to staff many times and other experts in the community to say, help me feel comfortable about these barriers. And everyone says, we're going to keep getting you more information. Now we've got some time to start doing design, to start looking at these impacts. I know everyone is worried about making sure that we don't have erosion, that we don't have failure. So I'll be continuing to, care for that as we explore this option, which, has been repeatedly presented to me as our best hope for a short-term fix. In terms of paying for it, I'm definitely interested in exploring a partial LID. I think it's going to come down to the cost for me about how we split it up. I want the community to know, I heard some people say this feels harsh asking people to pay for this. And I hear you, and I want you to know that we are just trying to figure out how to pay for this. We don't have a bunch of money sitting in a account somewhere that can cover all of the costs that we might be facing. And short of holding a special election and going to the voters to borrow that money, and LID is a tool that we can use to get money more quickly than we could otherwise to make the barriers happen. So we are looking at, the tools that we have available to make sure we can actually put something in if that ends up being our solution. And I'll just agree with Ms. Hughes Candies that looking at something that's based on inundation maps instead of burdening just the people on the river feels defensible to me, with balancing taking care of people who have put a lot of money into the banks already. So I don't know exactly what that looks like. I know it's challenging, and I'll keep thinking about it too.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to agree a lot with Ms. Hughes Candies and Ms. Wall, especially on the caution moving forward with the HESCO barriers. I think people have made some really, really great points tonight on there are a lot of unknowns and there are a lot of factors that we have to mitigate with any solution. And so I think that's something we're constantly gathering information on, and hopefully some of those concerns will be, alleviated or answered through this process. I just really don't want us to have fear of risk make us do nothing, because when we have a long-term solution, we want properties still there to protect with a long-term solution. So there's still a lot of questions to answer, but that's definitely I think HESCO barriers moving forward for now are our best option. I also agree that inundation maps for the LID makes a lot of sense, and having CBJ pay some portion of that absent a total cost estimate. I'm not sure obviously how much that CBJ should pay, but I do think we should have part of it. So.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Mr. Steininger.
So obviously it's hard to know without some of the additional information that we're waiting on whether or not the HESCO barriers are the right solution. There's been a lot of discussion about how they can fail, about the placement of those barriers. But I think to the questions that you have, Ms. Manager, on the financing of it, I look at it in kind of two different ways. There are the improvements that need to be made to houses, whether that's adding new armor rock, which is a material improvement to a bank, or in some cases expanding bank and making the site capable of holding the HESCO barriers. And then there's the actual installation and maintenance over time of the HESCO barriers. I see the second as a broader financial good to the city, and not necessarily something that would be applicable to individual homes within an LID unless it was very broad, encompassing a very large portion of the valley. But those first costs that are going to improve, banks and homes that, chose not to improve their bank over the last several years, as we saw many, put in new armor rock in those properties. I think we should look at how that can be assessed to those individual properties. But my biggest concern on that really is that affordability question. I was asking the questions earlier about, what do those terms look like? And I'd like to see something come back that looked at, how long can we set those terms out to make that affordable, or if there's some option for some kind of stop loss. If we run into a property that does cost $300,000, is that a place where we can say, no property owner will get assessed more than X dollars, and see what that would change in terms of that proportion that's taken on by the city versus taken on by an LID.
Thank you. Ms. Hall.
I'm following the financial whiz here. I think the HESCO barriers may not be the perfect solution, but we're looking for a temporary, quick, we can't stand by and not do anything this coming year. And this is something that will keep, the goal is to keep the water in the river. And as far as the LID goes, I feel like the riverfront property shouldn't have to absorb all of that, because what they're allowing on their property is protecting the broader, so I think looking at the inundation map would make sense. And as Neil said, some of the properties have to be armored to save their own property, to protect their investment. And so I think, kind of a combination of sharing of the cost between the CDJ and trying to figure out an equitable way among the homeowners that are impacted. Just briefly want to talk about the lake levy, just because it keeps coming up. And, to do something of that magnitude, it has to be engineered so carefully. Wade has walked the river many times. I live right out on West Glacier and walked that West Glacier Lakeshore, and you'd have to go practically all the way out to the Rock Finger and start with that levee. And if you don't engineer and use the proper fill and do it correctly, a failure of that levee could be catastrophic as well. And so I think that may be a long-term solution, as channeling in the river might be as well. That seems like a much more doable type of a long-term solution. But so that as far as the bigger picture of terms and conditions and how it gets paid for, I don't have the experience to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I think one theme that I am hearing from my fellow Assembly members that I agree with is that it doesn't seem like it would be fair to place all of the burden on just the property owners that are that are waterfront property. I see this as a community benefit that could broadly affect the community, and I would support some sort of funding mechanism that would help to spread that burden and those benefits around. I am looking for, I guess the reason why in the past, like I've supported the HESCO barriers, was because we do need some sort of a temporary solution, and while we come up with a longer term solution, I think it's important that we come towards that longer term solution as soon as we can. I think in addition to protecting the safety of our homes, in addition to protecting the safety of people, I think we also need to give the residents of the valley some certainty that their homes are going to be protected. Otherwise, one resident expressed to me that we could end up seeing a lot of people leaving as they are uncertain about how to deal with floods year after year. So I guess in summary, I have an open mind about the HESCO barriers. I've been supportive of them. And I would support a funding mechanism, be it an LID or be it a district tax that would more collectively pool the funding.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few kind of concepts that are in my mind before I maybe run down the questions, I guess. One thing I want to just let the public know is that, any direction we give today is a very first step, and there are many steps along that route. I mean, say we do support moving this forward, it will then come to the assembly in November, and then we'll decide if we actually want to introduce it, and then we have 2 more meetings. 30, I mean, the 30-day is probably in there at some point, but I mean, we're talking months until actually deciding, yes, we move forward with LAD. I just want to point that out. The other thing I want to say too is I do, as we're looking at the potentially larger long-term type solution, I mean, just envisioning the scale, I mean, that cost is just going to be incredible that will probably take something like a geo bond or something. Anyway, so I want to just, say that there are some big steps. I mean, there's a lot of time ahead of us in terms of the big solutions, some big costs ahead of us too. I agree that I'm open to, I guess, insofar tonight, I hear a lot of the concerns. I need to learn more, but I'm okay to move the idea of an LID to help pay for the installation of the HESCO barriers forward tonight. My thoughts on boundaries, potentially inundation map, just for some math that, just some back of the napkin math, 300 homes were affected. The inundation area could be 400 homes. We obviously need to get this information. If it's a $10 million project, 400 homes, I actually am kind of thinking divide that cost evenly among the homes, because there are people that spend significant amount of money to armor their bank or to do certain things that, to try to be proactive. But in terms of this project, it doesn't meet that standard. So my thought would be to just apply it equally along to anyone in the LID. I guess my one caveat to that would be if there were structure costs like removing fences or decks, maybe that could be assessed per property to incentivize people to maybe do that work more cheaply. Just making sure I'm providing the manager the direction she needs. And then I think we talked about some of the other steps or maybe things to come. But, again, a first step with a lot more to learn and a lot more information to receive. But I don't know. I feel like doing nothing, and maybe we're giving ourselves and others in the area with these barriers a false sense of security. But the Army Corps said this is the route to go. I don't have enough information to doubt that guidance at this point. Hopefully these barriers do provide protection, they do provide security, and they, can help people, move forward or potentially sell a property that maybe is extremely challenging to do right now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Just for the record, I don't think the HESCO barriers are a great idea at all. In fact, I don't even know if they're a good idea, but the fact of the matter, that's what we have right now. And to not do them means we do nothing, and I don't want to see the valley flooded every year. And maybe that will still happen, but it's just a risk we're going to have to take. So to answer your question, I think we should look at it doing a lid. I think we should split it like I asked before. The city does a little bit, the property owner does some, especially for the ones that have to armor their brink, because that is indeed an improvement to their property, and then look at the inundation map or even big chunks of the valley. And I agree with Mr. Smith, at some point we may be looking at the whole community, because without the valley, we don't have a community. Let's see here. And how does it get paid for? I'll be looking for the finance director to come up with the best solution there, sorry. Madam Manager, do you have enough to go forward at this time?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. So to the Assembly, do we want to touch the resolutions or we want to take a quick break? Okay, quick break. 7 minutes. We're almost out of time. 7, Resolution 3073, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, let me open up my Resolution 3073, a resolution of the City and Borough of Juneau extending the local emergency declaration in response to the August 2024 glacial outburst flood and a request for state and federal assistance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
On August 6, 2024, the Assembly adopted Resolution 3071, a local emergency declaration issued in response to the glacial outburst flood due to the ongoing local emergency and the need for the city to access state and federal resources to respond. Resolution 3073 is an extension of the local emergency declaration for a period of 180 days. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this resolution.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Ms. Johnston, did you want to speak to this one? Hit the bottom, the button at the right, or the button at the bottom to turn it green. Please state your name and area. There you go. Please state your name and area town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Deb Johnston. I live on Meander Way, right by Northland, on the corner of Northland and Meander Way. And I will be a voice of dissent in this conversation today. I am aware that it's going to take us a long time to find the ultimate solution for the however many. Last year it was many fewer. I came within 6 inches of having my house flooded last year, and this year it came all the way in. I'm still living in a construction zone, and there's still homes in my neighborhood, because I walk it regularly, that don't have anybody living in them because they have not been able to complete the renovations on their homes. I in favor of passing both resolutions. First, we need to extend. Folks are still doing major renovations on their house, and it'll take them longer to figure out what the total cost is of renovation to get back in their homes. On the second resolution that has not been read yet, but I don't want to have to get up here again, no decision is still a decision. There's a lot of research to be done, and I've heard 3, 5, 10 years bandied around, but I don't know if the 300 homes that were affected this year, some much more than others, can stand to wait out that research, that they can stand to every single year. If we have a flood every single year, sometimes a couple times a year. Last night we had sandbags around the house, and I stayed somewhere else just in case. From an emotional and a financial perspective, something needs to be done. Whether it's the HESCO barriers or not, I'm in favor of a resolution that would allocate funds to come up with a temporary solution that can be implemented, if possible, by next August 6th. If it follows the same path that we have of the last 2 years worth of glacial outbursts, so that those of us who live in the neighborhood who can no longer afford to sell their house because nobody wants it at this point, or the value of the home has been lost, to dig up the funds again to try and renovate.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Johnston? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
I did want to say that I'm willing to participate, if I didn't say it, in any cost, to share the cost, just so that the riverbank owners do not take the full burden.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Edwardson, remind me what you were going to testify on. Okay, go ahead. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Sandy Edwardson. I live on Kilowatt Drive. I came here to speak on one thing, but this one has led me to come up here and speak to this. I did talk in support when you guys were voting for this, for the HESCO barriers, because we had the option of A, B, and C, and one of the options was do nothing. And as a scared homeowner, I thought that was it, so let's go, let's make it happen. So I talk in support, but now that I know that my fellow neighbors on the riverside are going to be potentially charged for this, I don't think that's right. I think you need to spread it out, just like you were talking. It's unfair to them, so. Pull up my notes, sorry. So the HESCO, sorry. In my opinion, it isn't the property's owner's duty to mortgage their lives to provide emergency relief to their neighbors. The city is cost shifting their responsibility to private landowners. Erosion control, riprap, is an improvement. HESCO barriers are an emergency flood control measure that being done under a declared emergency. That is being done under a declared emergency, and this is temporary. Cost shifting to victims by calling it an emergency measure improvements in an LOD is not right. That's all I need to say. I just want you all to know on homeowners. I'm new to this. This is my first year of having a flood. And I know last night I did not sleep. I'm here at this meeting. I'm probably not going to go to sleep tonight because I'm going to be all wound up. There's a lot of stress that's involved with homeowners besides the flood. It's anticipating the next one. And I just want you all to consider that. Consider the humans in this, the 300 households that are every night worrying about having to rebuild their house or make repairs, figure out flood mitigation when you don't even know how to do that. There's a lot of things you guys should be thinking about, and I really hope you do. So, and that's all I have. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I
Any
realize
questions?
this is a very difficult situation for you.
Any questions for Ms. Edwardson? Thank you for your testimony tonight. All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the assembly. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt Resolution 3073, resolution of the CBJ extending the local emergency declaration in response to the August 2024 glacial outburst flood and request for state and federal assistance, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 8, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Emergency Resolution 3076, an emergency appropriation resolution appropriating up to $2 million for flood levee barriers, funding provided by restricted budget reserves.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This emergency resolution would appropriate $2 million from the restricted budget reserve for the installation of flood levee barriers. In response to glacial lake outburst flooding caused by the sudden release of water from Suicide Basin, the Assembly adopted Ordinance 2024-34 on October 3, 2024, entering the City and Borough of Juneau into a cooperative agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers for advanced flood mitigation efforts. This funding would contribute toward the first phase of installation of HESCO barriers along approximately 4 miles of the Mendenhall River to aid in the mitigation for future glacial outburst floods. Funding for this request is needed as soon as possible to authorize CBJ to incur expenses associated with this work in order to give the community the best chance at having the work complete before the next glacial lake outburst flood. For this reason, this is an emergency resolution. I recommend the Assembly take testimony and adopt this emergency resolution.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this resolution? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt Emergency Resolution 3076.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Any objection? Seeing none, that resolution passes. We don't have any public signed up for non-agenda items. Is there anybody that wanted to speak on non-agenda items? If it's not the flood. Seeing none, we'll move it on. Oh, Ms. Edwardson, come on back up. You still get to state your name and area of town you live in for the record. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry, I wrote this down. My name is Sandra Edwardson. I live on Killowitz Drive. This is what I originally came to speak to you about. I'm simply requesting the Assembly find a way to hire an expert who can come in and provide homeowners with general advice on how to protect our homes, our sense of well-being in our lives. Living through this continuous disaster is difficult enough. It is unacceptable to leave us without guidance on how to safeguard our homes. We need support and expertise to navigate these challenges, ensuring we can all feel more secure as we face uncertainties. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Edwardson. Any questions for Ms. Edwardson? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, that brings us. Yes. It has non-agenda. Okay, come on up. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. David Ignell, resident of West Juneau. So my adopted Tlingit name is Yonda Keish. I want to thank the Assembly for recognizing the Douglas Indian affair from 62 years ago. And Mayor, you talked about the commitment to a path of healing and reconciliation. And I would just ask you to, wrap your heads around the mindset that was in this community that led to that destruction. And other places that mindset has lingered in this town. And one of those is our legal system. And I was before this Assembly last summer requesting a resolution in support of Thomas Jack Jr. There's a resolution that's been passed by the Hoonah Indian Association. Mr. Jack has family that lives in town, including Douglas, and he was not given a fair trial, and he was wrongfully convicted. And so I would ask you to revisit, if you're really true to this commitment, about the path of healing, because there's a lot of angst out there. There's family members who are still suffering from this tragedy that happened here in Juneau 14 years ago. And I would request that you be open to reconsidering a resolution in support of justice and Thomas Jack Jr. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ignell? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Sir, do you have your hand up that you want to speak on? Okay, thank you. All right, with that, will bring us to the consent agenda. Is there any public request for consent agenda changes other than ordinances for introduction? Seeing none, is there any assembly requests for consent agenda changes? Seeing none, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, here we go. I move the consent agenda as presented and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, so moved. So for the new folks, we go all the way to public hearing. Item O, and we'll see what we can get through. We're very careful watching the time, and we are going to be ditching some stuff, but hopefully we get through this here. So, public hearing, item 21, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2023-14, small letter B, large letter A, R, An ordinance appropriating $2,809,082 to the manager to fund the City and Borough of Juneau and Bartlett Regional Hospital's fiscal year 2024 Public Employees Retirement System PERS contribution, funding provided by the Alaska Department of Administration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $2.8 million for the state of Alaska's FY 2024 3.1% PERS benefit rate paid on behalf of the CBJ and BRH distributed as follows. BRH, 1.4 million, City and Borough of Juneau, 1.3 million. Funding is provided by the Alaska Department of Administration, authorized by the passage of House Bill 39 during the 2024 legislative session. This is a housekeeping ordinance to properly account for these on-behalf contributions to the State Managed Retirement Fund and has no impact on the CBJ or Bartlett finances. I recommend the Assembly hold public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2023-14B AR, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 22, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, small letter B, large letter G, an ordinance appropriating $200,000 to the manager for Bartlett Regional Hospital's home health and hospice services, funding provided by general funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $200,000 for home health and hospice services provided by Bartlett Regional Hospital. This funding will contribute to these programs' operational deficits in the current fiscal year and ensure Bartlett can continue to provide these services through June 30, 2025. The total anticipated current fiscal year operational deficit totals approximately $386,000, which will be funded by $200,000 general funds and $186,000 of hospital funds. The Bartlett funding portion was already appropriated in their fiscal year 25 budget. I recommend the Assembly hold public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Ms. Adkisson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letter G, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 23, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, small letter B, large letter H, an ordinance appropriating $240,000 to the manager for the Transit Fair Technology Capital Improvement Project. Grant funding provided by the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $240,000 to the Transit Fair Technology CIP. The funds would be used for the purchase and installation of automated passenger counters. The automated passenger counters will improve the accuracy of ridership reports, provide detailed data on passenger boarding and alighting locations, and enable data-driven decision-making for route planning and optimization. The local match requirement of $60,000 will be met through funds transferred in FY25 transfer request from the electronic fare boxes CIP. The electronic fare boxes CIP's work has been abandoned with minimal costs incurred, and the project is ready to be closed. I recommend the Assembly hold public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Okay, here we go. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01, lowercase h, and ask for unanimous consent.
Perfect. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. You got your first positive vote. Item 24, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, small letter B, large letter I, an ordinance appropriating $8,900,000 to the manager for the Bartlett Regional Hospital Emergency Department Capital Improvement Project, funding provided by hospital funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $8.9 million of hospital funds for the Emergency Department Addition Capital Improvement Project. This appropriation is required to move the project forward to meet the desired spring 2025 construction start date. This funding is considered restricted until a certificate of need is obtained from the Alaska Department of Health, which is a requirement for renovation and new construction projects expected to exceed $1.5 million. A determination by the Alaska Department of Health on the Certificate of needs, it is expected within the next month. Funding is provided by the hospital funds. I recommend the Assembly hold public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this ordinance? Sorry, Ms. Hall, Ms. Hughes Candies has asked to do this ordinance. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for obliging me. I would move that the Assembly refer ordinance 2024-01, lowercase b, uppercase I, to the Finance Committee, if the Finance Chair would be willing to accept it. And I will speak to my motion if now's an okay time.
First, let's ask the Finance Chair if she's willing to accept it. She is nodding her acceptance. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I will keep it brief just due to the time. There are some public meetings or some assembly meetings that are called out within the summary here in which this came before us, the Public Works Committee and the Finance Committee before. In the Public Works and Finance Committee, there was no deliberation. We just moved it straight on to Finance because we were going to be having a Finance Committee talking about a lot of other things for Bartlett. And we wanted to see this item in that whole meeting as part of a piece. And then in that Finance meeting with Bartlett, that was all Bartlett items, we talked quite a lot about Bartlett's need for supplementary funds for things like hospice and home care, which we just passed, rainforest recovery, and some of their other projects. We did not get into an in-depth look at this particular project, and we have a bad past track record in recent times of just rubber stamping large capital improvements that the hospital has wanted to make using their money with the BOPS building. So I would just feel more comfortable, especially since it doesn't have its certificate of need and since the last financial picture I saw included grants that they had not received as part of the funding source, just to give it a closer look on finance.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies, and we just double checked there's no member of the hospital board to let us know if there's any rush or anything, but as far as I recall, there is not. So Ms. Hughes Candies had made a motion. Do you object?
For the purpose of a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Is it going to be heard at the November 6th finance meeting? Which is the next one that I see scheduled? Very good. I'd remove my.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Any objection to moving that to the finance? Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a liaison, the only thing I would remind this group is that one of the improvements that will happen for the emergency room is safety and security, which has been a chief complaint from hospital staff that the emergency room is in desperate need of being upgraded. But I think that I just caught that it would be heard at this November 6th first finance meeting. I think that could help move them along. This is just a very necessary improvement that the hospital needs. I'll remove my objection, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. Smith, do you remove your objection? Mr. Kelly, do you have an objection?
Yes, I guess more of a process question for the attorney. So if this were to be heard at Finance Committee and we are to deliberate and pass it back exactly as it is now, would we need to reintroduce it? I'm just wondering what the timeline might be for.
I can ask that without the attorney. No.
Okay.
I can answer one.
Remove my objection.
Okay, any objection? Seeing none, it is going to finance. Moving on. Item 25, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01B, large letter K, an ordinance deappropriating up to $505,000 of general funds and appropriating up to $505,000 $505,000 of restricted budget reserves for the August 2024 glacier outburst flood response.
I don't normally have to throw the clerk a lifeline, but that's all right. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would deappropriate up to $505,000 of general funds previously appropriated under Emergency Resolution 3072 and appropriate up to $505,000 of restricted budget reserve funds for the August 2024 glacial outburst flood response. The requested change in funding source only applies to the portion of the appropriation under Emergency Resolution 3072 that is considered reimbursable from state or federal sources, which includes $150,000 for debris and waste removal and $355,000 for stormwater system repairs. The restricted budget reserve will be repaid upon reimbursement from state or federal sources. I recommend the Assembly hold public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? You guys are getting squirrely over there. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01, lowercase b, uppercase k, and ask for unanimous consent.
Well done. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. So that was your first affirmative vote. Good job. Item 20.
Madam Mayor, just a quick point of order. I'm slightly worried. I'm very impressed by Ms. Custer's reading skills, but that it might be interfering with the subtitles. So just a thought.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the.
I didn't understand your question.
I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying in the chambers, so I'm thinking it might be hard for the subtitles on Zoom to subtitle you.
You might
if
have
we have
to move
anyone
the
listening.
mic closer to your mouth as well.
And it's the mic is great. It's the speed at which you are reading and blurring the words into it.
Slow down. Okay, item 26, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, lowercase b, uppercase L, an ordinance appropriating $938,324 to the manager for the planning phase of the Airport Master Plan Capital Improvement Project. Funding provided by the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, Airport Improvement Program, AIP, grant, and airport revolving funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $911,897 of Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, Airport Improvement Program, AIP, grant funds, and $26,427 in local airport matching funds to the Airport Master Plan, CIP. The remaining required local match of $34,367 is met with previously appropriated sales tax funds in the Airport Master Plan, CIP. This appropriation would provide for plan updates for air traffic, cargo, and passenger data and forecasts, changes to proposed aircraft servicing the airport, and layout plans for future expansion of runway, taxiway, and approach corridors. The Public Works and Facilities Commission reviewed this request, Airport Board reviewed the request, and SRC reviewed the request. I recommend the Assembly hold public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Any member of the public wish to speak to this ordinance? And we do have Ms. Watto, who has sat through our meeting all night in case you had a question for her. Thank you for that. Seeing none, we'll move it back to the Assembly. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01, lowercase b, uppercase L, and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 27.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-31, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city and borough by rezoning 12400 and 12410 Glacier Highway from D1 transition D3 to D3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
At the regular Planning Commission meeting on June 25, 2024, the Commission voted to recommend approval of a rezone of 1.96 acres from D1TD3 to D3 on Glacier Highway west of Auk Bay, 12400 and 12410 Glacier Highway. This is an expansion of the D3 zoning district directly south across Glacier Highway. Transition zones are intended for higher density development after public water and sewer have been provided in accordance with CBJ Code 49.70.700A. These properties have public water but not public sewer. The Commission determined that the upzone is in character with parcels in the area that are of comparable size and use that are Zone D3. If Zone D3, these properties could not be subdivided under current code CBJ Code 49.35210B3. However, given the D3 dimensional standards, the properties could accommodate 2 single-family dwelling units. The Lands, Housing, and Economic Development Committee and the Systemic Racism Review Committee have reviewed this ordinance. I recommend the Assembly hold public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move ordinance 2024-31 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Next, we'll go to continuation of new business. Madam Clerk, item 28.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is hardship and senior citizen, disabled veteran, nonprofit, late filed real property tax exemption applications.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
There are 11 property owners that have requested the Assembly authorize the assessor to consider a late filed exemption for their property assessment. The Assembly should consider each request separately and determine whether the property owner was unable to comply with the April 30 filing requirement. Alaska Statute 2945030F, City and Borough of Juneau Code 6910021D. The burden of proof is upon the property owner to show the inability to file a timely exemption request. If the Assembly decides to accept one or more late filed exemption requests, those applications will be referred to the assessor for review and action. I recommend the Assembly act on each of these applications individually.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 11 property owners that have requested Assembly authorize the assessor to consider a late filed exemption from their property assessments. The Assembly has separately reviewed each request from the following people. Violetta Gimeno, Gerald Maeda, Matthew Dubois, William Burgett, Laura Ryan, Edwin Leonard, Anita Bauer, Loretta Vavlis, Keith Hinkey, Larry Atkinson, and Laura Ryan, and have determined that each has met the criteria for review by the assessor. I move that the Assembly accepts these late filed exemptions and refers them to the assessor, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Well done. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Next, we have a staff report. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the municipal clerk election report from 2024. It's in your packet, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions, but it's very thorough, and hopefully we have newly elected officials in front of you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I just wanted to point out for everybody that of the 10,880 votes, only 153 were rejected, so that's a good job. Our voters are getting better at doing this, so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I do need to give a shout out to my amazing election workers, if that's okay. Thank you all.
And thank you for giving a shout out to your election workers, because I was going to do that, but we also need to give a shout out to you, Madam Clerk. All right, with that, we're watching the time very closely. Mayor's reports, I just handed out the committee list. I have talked to you all about it, so it should be no surprises for anybody. So with that, we'll go to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the 2024 to 2025 Assembly Committee and Liaison appointments as presented and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any objection? Seeing none, that committee list is adopted. The other item I had was the retreat is December 7th. It's been on all our calendars forever and ever. I know at least one person is out of town. Is anybody, which we will have a Zoom component for him, is anybody else going to be out of town? Put December 7th on your calendar. Okay, my business is done. We have 10 minutes, well, 9 minutes according to my thing. We could probably do the first executive session, but I would move that we will do the other one at another time, because I think we're going to need to talk about the city manager more than 10 minutes. So with that, we'll ask we will ask everybody to leave very quickly, and we'll talk about this and see if we can get this done.
And we have a motion to go into executive session, Madam.
Why don't you extend for 10 minutes?
Very good. I move that we extend the Assembly meeting till 11:10. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. All right, now would you move us into executive session?
Of course, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly enter an executive session for the purpose of discussing matters which may tend to prejudice the reputation or character of those persons being discussed, namely a potential appointee to fill the vacant airport board seat. And I ask for unanimous consent.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. So now we have to ask everybody to leave.
And if I might, Madam Mayor, for those of you on Zoom, are we coming back from executive session are we coming back in a public session when you are done with your executive
We
session?
have to come back because if this person is appointed, we'll have to have
An action, okay. So for those of you participating via Zoom, we are going to pause the recording at this time, and we will resume the meeting at the end of the executive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Resume the meeting. Resume the
We are coming back to order after the executive session, and Madam Mayor, it's turned over to you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We return from executive session as we discussed matters that may have tended to prejudice a person, specifically relating to an appointment to the airport board. So now we're back in regular session. I move and ask unanimous consent that the Assembly appoint Jerry Godkin to the airport board for a term beginning immediately and going until June 30th, 2025. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passed. We're adjourned.
Has stayed on the Zoom with us, and we are ending the meeting at this time.